Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the July 15th regular Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll call this meeting to order, and first we'll start off with a moment of silence. Supervisor Sabatier.
So I have 2 moments of silence, and I'll be brief on both of them. The first one is Joshua Sanders, unfortunately a very young soul in the city of Clear Lake who lost his life due to complications. Don't want to get into details, but somebody who was very well known in the community, well loved in the community. It's hard not to be aware of who lives in such a small, tight-knit community when you go through school and go through the process. You meet a lot of people, you make impacts on a lot of people, and when things happen unexpectedly, it leaves a large hole in the community. And so, moment of silence for Joshua, please. And Bob Keel, a longtime resident of Clear Lake. He owned and co-owned for a while with his family Bob's Vacuum. He was also a Lions Club leader that really helped put together the parades and the fireworks that have been happening for, I wish I knew the exact number, but many decades in the city of Clear Lake. He was also a veteran and served his country, and obviously continued to serve in other ways when he came back home and came back to the community of Clear Lake. He passed away just recently in the past week or so, and he made an impact as well in the city of Clear Lake. And so both of those, if we can hold them in our hearts and prayers and have a moment of silence.
All right. Chair Rasmussen, can you lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Item 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Do we have any?
We have no extra items.
No extra items. And then I have the next item is approval of consent agenda. It looks like we have 5.4 and 5.7. Pull for a later time. And are there any others? I will open it up to the public. If there are any items that need to be pulled. No hands in Zoom. With that, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as proposed with the exception of 5.4 and 5.7.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. We'll move on to our timed items, our 6.1, public input. Public input, if you fill out a paper or if you come up and fill out one of these citizen input request forms, you can come up and speak about something for 3 minutes. Just note that it's not on the agenda, so it requires that we don't comment or have a back and forth on that. And it looks like I have one here for Mike Newdow. Mr. Newdow.
Morning. Same thing, I've been here before in regard to trying to get some information on whether or not I can, there will be a surcharge to purchase the castle in Lucerne. This magnificent building that I think would help spur some economic development in Lucerne and in Lake County. It's been 7 months now. I've been asking for a simple answer to a question. The special district's administrator says that whoever buys this is going to have to pay at least $400,000 just to start, not for the services they provide, just to start. I think we live in a society where we have laws, and if somebody could point to the law or the regulation that says she's allowed to do this, that would be great. I don't think it should take 7 months to get an answer to that question, where that law is. I don't know if the county council has been contacted yet. I was told he would be. This should take 2 seconds. I wrote letters to each of you last week explaining this. I think I've been very patient. I think I've been very reasonable. I don't understand why this can't be addressed. So I don't know, can I schedule this for a future action? Is there something I can do so that I can get an answer instead of keep coming back here and getting no response? Just responding, is there any way I can do that? Because I know there's no back and forth here, but if I could get some advice on how I could get this thing heard and addressed, you know, I don't know, I got a seatbelt violation in February. They put on the thing, it's vehicle code, section 27315D1. They tell me where it is. I've been asking, where is there something written that allows them to come and $400,000, and that's a minimum, okay? This is, you know, it's possible this is literally multi-million dollars if the sewer capacity doesn't accept the castle's sewage. I may have to rip up the streets, put in new pipes. I may need to do a new whole water treatment plant. We're talking potential for millions of dollars. I don't think it's unreasonable for a buyer to ask, what am I going to be charged, and is there a justification for being charged? And I keep asking, and I'm not getting any responses. This is 7 months. This should be 3 minutes. You go into the thing, here's the code, and here it is. I still haven't gotten that. I don't understand what I can do. So if you guys could schedule this future action or send me some notice on how I can get it scheduled or what I can do, but I'd like to get this addressed. All right, we have this building there. Your predecessors purchased it at one point because they saw this as a potential for great investment in the community, for, you know, helping us no longer be in the bottom 10% of virtually every single, you know, count of all the counties for all the economic criteria that exist. You know, we could do better, and all I'm trying to do is help here. And it's 7 months to get an answer to a simple question sounds very excessive. So,
Thank you.
again, if somebody could help, that would be great. Thank you.
All right. Any other public input? Yes.
I just wanted to make a brief statement. I did receive an email from you, and I apologize for not responding. I've been away, but you're asking a question about a district that I don't serve, and so I will not be responding to that email. Just at least that's the response that I should have given you via email, but giving it to you right now, so thank you.
All right. Any other public input? All right. Now on Zoom, we'll bring it back to the board, and we'll go on to our next item, Pet of the Week.
It's a little guy.
Hi, I'm Officer Reel with Lake County Animal Care and Control. This is Barlow. He is a 1-year-old terrier mix. It's our best guess what he's mixed with. I like to call them Lake County Specials because they can be mixed with anything and everything. He is a young, energetic little boy, but he's an absolute love bug, as you can tell. So if you're interested in adopting him or any other animals, come on down to Animal Control next to the jail.
You can say yes, Jeff. You can say yes, Jeff.
Wanna go say hi?
I'm going to let this linger, so maybe someone will, they won't pay attention to us, they'll pay attention to the dog. Come on, Julia.
Needs a hum. Who can say no to that?
All right.
Oh, I know.
All right, we will go on to our next item, 6.3, discussion and consideration of the community and economic development allocations of the California Community Development Block Grant. 5 more minutes. Oh, we need 5 more minutes? Oh, sorry. Yeah, we do. I didn't, 9:15, that's when that.
Happen often.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't. Well, sorry about that. We'll have to wait another 5 minutes. In the meantime, Ken, 5.4 or, okay, so we'll go with that one. Adopt resolution approving amended MOU between County of Lake and Lake County Resource Conservation District for management of the Goats Rue in Lake County for July 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2027 in the amount $72,716. And I think, yep, we have Catherine here.
Hi, good morning, Board. Thank you for taking this item up. So the MOU is an existing MOU that I'm asking to be amended. This MOU with the RCD aligns with the grant that we received from the California Department of Food and Ag, which was recently amended as well, that your board approved at the end of June.
Okay.
So there is the red line version with county council's markups to show that we are asking to amend an existing MOU.
All right, are there any questions? I'll open it up for public comment. Any on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I offer the resolution approving the MOU amendment that has been amended.
Okay. Supervisor Owen?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen?
Aye.
And Supervisor Crandall?
Yes. All right, that resolution passes. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. We will go on to 5.7 point.
How about 7.10? Since Mr. Ewing is here.
7.10, consideration of a award of 2025 chip seal rock materials to Granite Construction, and B, award of 2025 chip seal emulsion materials to Western Emulsions Incorporated, Public Works. It looks like we have Lars Ewing here.
All right, good morning, Lars Ewing. For this item, Interim Public Works Director. For your board's consideration are the award of two separate material contracts. As your board is likely aware, the road crew for the Public Works Department is currently in the preparations phase for 36 miles of resurfacing chip seals in the Lower Lake and Kelseyville areas. The prep work that they're doing right now is in preparation for chip seals. In order to put chip seal down, you need two general materials. One is the chips or the rock or gravel, and the other is oil, a specific type of oil. So the Public Works Department previously put out two separate requests for proposals. One for the delivery, really the delivery of the rock and just the material of the rock. The other is for oil. The oil specifically is not just here's the oil. They are actually applying the oil. The contractor will be applying the oil before and in many cases after the Public Works crew put the chips down. So it's a joint effort. I guess the simple way to put it is that the road crew is acting as the prime contractor or the general contractor with these as subs. It's very odd to look at it that way, but it might make sense. So the RFP, it was put out as an RFP, not just an invitation for bid, because you never know where the location of these of the material is going to be coming from. We're driving, we're hauling. There's haul costs. There's scheduling conflicts that might come up. So a part of each bidder's proposal included a variety of things, but the price of the material, but also their ability to react within a certain amount of time, and so it was a proposal basis. So the Public Works Department put together selection committees for both solicitations, and the result of that was a recommendation for award to Granite for the chips and Western Emulsions for the oil. Happy to talk about it any further, but I think I'll close there.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, I'd like to say thank you so much. I went out with Jim Hale yesterday and toured some of the roads that you guys have resurfaced and chip sealed in the Lower Lake area. And kudos. I am very impressed and very happy with what you guys are doing. So thank you so much, Lars, for stepping in.
Well, thank you. The credit certainly goes to Jim Hale and his road crew. You have an outstanding road crew who knows what they're doing. A lot of experience there, and they just want to get stuff done. So this is
Absolutely, and I was very impressed with Jim Hale, and I told him thank you so much. And wow, you're all appreciated.
Great.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I think I went on those roads randomly when I was going around Lower Lake the other day, and I was like, oh, this is freshly done. Just real quick, checking in on the chip sealer. What's the status of that? Is that in good shape? I know we had one that was not, but I want to say we Did we get a new one, or are we still using the old one?
Well, that's one of many things that I haven't been brought up to speed up definitively on, but a recollection of a recent conversation with Jim Hale is that it is a relatively new
Okay.
chip spreader. So but let me follow up with that and get you a more definitive answer. But my hunch, my gut tells me that it is new. I can tell you it's new in comparison to when I was there a decade or so ago, and that really is a good indication of how much they can do. I mean, they're doing 36, almost 37 miles of road now. With the previous chip spreader, it was we were lucky if we were getting a dozen. So yes, I'm pretty sure it is a newer chip spreader.
Thank you. Something about zip ties on the last one.
All right, anything? All right, I'll open it up for public comment. Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to authorize the Public Works Director to sign a purchase order to Granite Construction not to exceed $426,800 for 2025 chip seal rock materials.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. I think I said 5-0 earlier, so I want to apologize for that. Go ahead.
And continuing, Mr. Chair, I'll move to authorize the Public Works Director to sign a purchase order to Western Emulsions Incorporated not to exceed $788,629 for 2025 chip seal oil materials.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries
that-
4-0.
If I could interject, I think there was a mistake, and it's likely on my end, that just an accounting error for me. The total is actually for Western Emulsion, so item B. The purchase order shows, and I trust them more than I trust me in preparing the agenda item. It should be a not to exceed $845,804.07. So the purchase order that's attached to the item has that figure, and the agenda memo itself has the lower figure. And yes, I can confirm.
Yeah, it was the
that.
subtotal plus the
So
tax.
The correct figure should be $845,804.70.
And
07.
7 cents. 07.
07.
Yes.
Boy, do
that
do we need to withdraw the?
Yeah, so the first action for consideration would be to rescind, it would be a motion to rescind the motion that authorizes the Public Works Director to sign a purchase order to Western Emulsions not to exceed $788,629 for 2025 chip seal oil materials. That's the motion to be rescinded. That's the action to be rescinded, and public comment will need to be taken for that proposed rescission before the.
So moved.
So I think we need
But
public
public
comment
comment.
first.
So
We
I'll
need to
open it
for
up.
Public comment again.
I'll open it up for public comment. All right, I'll close public comment.
Still moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Hang on.
Yes.
Quick question. The other one says 330.
And I'm seeing that, and because it was a not to exceed, I figured it was just
Just in case?
correct.
Okay. Just wanted to check before we move forward.
And so the second motion, also be taken with public comment, would be to authorize the Public Works Director to sign a purchase order to Western Emulsions, Inc., not to exceed $845,804.07 for 2025 chip seal oil materials, and public comment.
I'll open it up for public comment. Bring it back to the board.
I make the motion as stated by County Council.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
All right. There we
Thank
go.
you, Lars.
We wanted to make sure we had plenty of time for the next item. We were too early last time. All right. Next is our 6.3 discussion and consideration of the community and economic development allocations of the California Community Development Block Grant. And I'm trying to, there we go. CAO's office. I know Susan's listed, but we have Ben Rickelman here, so if you'd like to come up and go whoever else is here to present with you. Looks like Jeff is here, Mr. Jeff Lucas.
Good morning, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here with Jeff Lucas with Community Development Services. This is with the state's Community Development Block Grant Program through the Department of Housing and Community Development for Economic and Community Development. The program requires 2 public meetings. This is the first one. The notice of funding availability hasn't been issued yet. The Department of Housing and Community Development's kind of internally pushed the date back a few times, but we have some confidence that it'll be released in August. So we'll be coming back to the board one other time to pass a resolution and decide what the allocations will be. This is more introductory conversation.
Thank you. Annually, the Housing and Community Development Department with the state releases a notice of funding availability. The dates move around quite a bit, and so this is the first in a series of 2 where we provide information to the board and to the public about the program, the anticipated schedule of activities, and then give the board the opportunity for input on projects or programs that we should apply for funds for. The rules have not been laid out for us exactly for this year yet by the state. They are behind, as Ben said. It's not unusual for them, but we wanted to go ahead with this presentation in anticipation of the release coming out, and then that puts us in a good position to respond to it because we've had the opportunity to consider projects or programs that the county wishes to apply for. So that's what today's presentation is about. I know there's 2 new board members that haven't maybe been exposed, I guess is the word for it, to CDBG, or as some folks call it a black hole. I think the city manager for Clear Lake used that term at one point. But it is a good program. There are some things that we can and can't do with it. Last year we applied for funds. We were unsuccessful in obtaining money for the Economic Development Business Loan Program, which is a low interest loan program for businesses locally. We work with the banks on those things, but we were able to get $300,000 approved for the BUILD program for training through the NCO folks. You can use that money for tools, boots, equipment, and that kind of thing. So we just got the final letter on that yesterday. So that was about a year since we submitted the application. And Ben, I don't know if you want to add more as we...
Some preliminary ideas we have for CDBG funding within the economic development bucket is facade improvement program. There's been initial discussion of a microgrid analysis for commercial downtown areas throughout Lake County. So this would be an analysis for small scale solar installations, and the idea behind that is just the cost of energy. we have the second highest energy rates. It's a major impact, especially in rural communities where you have small businesses with fairly tight margins, and energy costs are projected to increase significantly in the next few years. So it's just going to become more of a problem. There's been initial discussions specifically with Kelseyville with one firm, but we think a broader analysis could be useful for other communities around Lake County. There's sometimes caps on the size of the solar installation for certain grant funding. So an analysis kind of in the 1 to 2 megawatt region for certain commercial strips, could it be of high value down the road? And then we've seen some solid success with the micro enterprise program and the low interest revolving loan program for small businesses. So that could be another activity that could be pursued. But we're open to suggestions from the board and the public, and that's, we're happy to take input.
So we're going to kind of go through the slides and to give you a little bit of background on what the program can and can't do, which then hopefully will help you make some determinations on what would be a good use of the funds for the application this year. So the purpose of the program is it's federal funds. In our case, it's channeled through the state of California. They layer on their systems, and then we compete for funds with all the other small cities and counties in the state. If you have a population of 200,000 or more, the funds are allocated directly to you through HUD. You have a direct relationship. You don't have to go through the intermediary, which is the state. They have set up their program for us, and it's competitive because we're competing with Crescent City or Cloverdale or some of the other smaller cities for a limited amount of funds. It is designed to provide decent housing, suitable living environment, and expanding economic opportunities, primarily for low and moderate income folks in the community. So I'll kind of move along here, hopefully. I think I just kind of explained what the Community Development Block Grant is. Eligibility. Oh,
A black hole.
black hole. Thank you. I think he's right about that. So the eligibility is primarily for projects and programs that will impact and help folks who are in the low, moderate income level, which is a majority of folks in Lake County and most rural areas. The applications have to come through the county or the city. They can't come from a nonprofit or a for-profit entity when we're applying for the funds to the state. Now, the funds can be used for assistance to businesses that will in turn hire jobs, and those jobs then are provided to low and moderate income folks. But the way that works is the county or city would apply for the funds, set up a program, and then implement it, and then the loans are provided locally at like 1% fixed rate and that kind of thing. So we'll move on if there's no questions. The national objective, like we were saying, is benefit to low and moderate income persons. There's a variety of ways that they measure that. It's through jobs, it's through housing programs. Limited clientele is also an eligible group, which would mean veterans, disabled, seniors. That's where you see funds used for senior food service programs, Meals on Wheels, and that kind of thing. The final one that's not used very often on this list is the projects that have a particular urgency. The state is real hesitant to use that for their own reasons, I guess, but that is the rationale and the reason why we were eligible and why we did apply for funds after the Valley Fire for the hookups for the sewer laterals in Anderson Springs, as well as Cobb Mountain water system improvements that made a significant impact up there. Those are a couple of good examples. We have community development programs, which you can kind of read, public facilities, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, utilities for neighborhoods that have a low, moderate income. You can do blight abatement. There's a variety of things that you can see are eligible under that application or that activity as well. Under economic development, which the county has a pretty long track record with, there's what they call microenterprise assistance. That's really small business assistance. It's technical assistance to help businesses with 5 employees or less with access to capital, marketing, business planning, understanding cash flow, those kind of fundamental things that help small businesses survive and hopefully expand. You can acquire real property with it. For example, if the county wanted to purchase property for a commercial park, a development, and they had commitments from developers to come in and develop the property, and then the businesses would come in and hire folks that would be low, moderate income, that's another activity that's allowable under the economic development criteria. There's also planning and capacity building, which is called planning and technical assistance. And that's what Ben was referring to under that activity. It's where you do a study and a feasibility analysis to determine if there will be a benefit to low, moderate income folks by an activity that you're interested in entering into. And then at the very bottom, this assistance to and for private businesses, which again goes back to the business loan program. So current projects, we have the microenterprise program running now. That is not new CDBG money, but it's what they call program income. Over the years, the county's been pretty successful using funds for low interest loans to businesses. As that money is repaid, it goes into a special pot, and then you have to reuse it for a CDBG eligible activity. You can't use it for a general fund activity or something. So the county then asks the state, through an application process, this is what we'd like to do with the money. They approve it, and then in this case, we set up a microenterprise program, the county did. We also have had multiple business assistance loan programs through the what they called the CDBG CV, which was COVID money, the Cobb Mountain Water Systems, and Anderson Springs. And then in years past, the money was also used for parks improvements. Say in Nice, for example, in your district, that several of the parks were purchased with CDBG money, and then we made improvements to them because that was a low, moderate income neighborhood, as an example. I think we kind of just talked about, or I did, program income. And then we've got the notice of funding availability coming up. The state has said it would come out in July, so that's why we think August. And we just wanted to be ready for it by going through the process of providing additional information to you folks and then getting input from what you think might be good projects or programs to pursue. Last year, they allowed for up to $3.6 million per county so that we could apply for up that total amount, but they broke it down into subsections so that if you went for a housing program, for example, you could apply for up to 1.5 million, or an economic development program, you could apply for up to 1.5 million. Public services was up to 300,000. So these are last year's rules, but they haven't told us if they're going to change those or not. But I think we can kind of think in those terms, and it would be reasonable to do so because they haven't changed that too much over the last several years as far as the amount of funds that you can apply for different activities. Ben, do you want to add any more?
Just with construction projects with CDBG, they do have the requirements that the project is shovel-ready. So you need to have all the environmental, if it's NEPA, CEQA, and then the engineering documents all have to be submitted to get approval for funding.
One project that we looked at several months ago as a possibility for board consideration was the streets in Lucerne. That's a low moderate income census tract area, and the public works director at that time was looking at accessing funds to make improvements to those roads. And I'm originally from Lucerne, and I know those roads could be improved just like so many others, but that would be an example of a project that you could do if the engineering and design and budget had been worked up and the NEPA, the process had been completed. I think there was, I'm not sure what happened exactly there, but that would have been a good eligible project as an example.
There was supposed to be a discussion with Lucerne Town or the Central Region Town Hall when I had talked to the Public Works Director. Plus, there was also discussions about one-way, and that was probably something that one-way roads.
Oh.
A one-way, yeah. So that kind of made it where I was like, you need to talk to the town, you need to talk to the people in Lucerne. We're not just gonna plan for that without talking to them.
Now that would have very definitely been something to talk about. I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
I would just bring it up as an example of
Yeah.
the kinds of things you can do. Again, and then just quickly, this is the anticipated schedule of events, having the community meeting today. Notice of funding availability, August, could be September. Then we'll have a month or so to prepare the application and put it all together. And what happens is the state will open up a date. They'll say, okay, your notice that you can apply, and in 6 weeks, here's the date that you can apply. And it's very competitive. And last year, it was like a 24-hour period, and then they said no more applications after that because they kind of gotten filled. Now, the problem is with that approach, they got a bunch of applications, but not all of them were that good. So that created more work for them, but that's just sometimes how they operate. So that's our anticipated schedule. The last thing I wanted to mention was that it does take quite a while for the approval process. For example, the build program, I think we submitted in maybe September or so last time, and we just yesterday got the final letter indicating we were approved, the county was approved for those funds. So that's to give you an idea of the timeline.
All right. Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you for this. I have a number of questions, and thank you for the response as well. Too bad that we got denied. Did we learn something? Did we receive some comments to maybe better understand how to apply differently in this upcoming NOFA? Granted, it could be a different requirement or different criteria, but did it come back with any comments from HCD on how we can do better on our application when we got denied?
Oh, for the economic development element that was denied? Yeah, no, there wasn't any comments back on that. I think it had to do with the competitive nature of that activity allocation. That year or last year, there was a significant number of jurisdictions that applied for the funds. We have gone back and looked at how we can approve the application for this year. And so we'll be doing our homework and be more competitive. And the other thing is to get it in a timely manner. I'm not sure if you folks recall last year how they had scheduled monitoring for the Cobb Mountain grant that was completed years ago for the very time that we were to apply for the application last year. So they acknowledged that they had sort of double booked us and put us at a disadvantage in that regard.
Okay. My next question, or my next comment, I like the idea of the facade upgrade. To me, that helps with attracting possibly better economic outcomes for those businesses. I know that it's been maybe a side conversation, but attached to the roadmap task force and copter, like you clean up the area and then you kind of spiff up the businesses in those areas that have been cleaned up, just to see if you can get a real return on the investment that we're putting into those communities by giving that little bit of shot in the arm. And so I'm very interested in that. The idea of the microgrid, our businesses are struggling with the energy bills that they have. But you only mentioned one business association. I would hope you go to all the business associations and kind of do a little tour and see what the best need is and what the impact assessment would be, so that we can make a decision as to where we should focus on. I do have a question about NCO. Love their program. What's your process with choosing NCO, and how did they get the funding that did? Remind me if we said yes to giving them the funding. I know we've seen them multiple times. I don't know if it was that specific CDBG funding, but did we do an RFP process? Because now there's multiple groups that are doing workforce development. Tara does some workforce development, Bill does workforce, and now there's the HEART thing that may occur, depending on the grant funding that may or may not come for Sutter. And so I just want to make sure that everybody has equal opportunity to make a request for some of these funds to be able to do their workforce development.
That is a very good question. It really is. So in the application at the time last year, NCO was implementing their build program with several sources of funds, one of which I think was county ARPA money maybe. And so they, as a nonprofit, kind of have a leg up a little bit, because the county can enter into what's called a subrecipient agreement, wherein the county does not have to go through that RFP competitive process with other service providers. And so in order to take advantage of the points that you get for experience in implementing programs like Build, NCO had that. And so we wrote them into the application as the subrecipient of the funds, which provided the points that we wanted for their experience in doing that. However, the county can reconsider that approach, and if it decides it wants to go to an RFP process and look at other service providers for that, that's completely acceptable within the program parameters.
My personal opinion, if you don't mind, is yes, I would prefer going into another, because Lloyd would know better than me, but there can be a perceived conflict of interest that I don't want to get ourselves involved in. I know that they are a community action, but there are certain folks in the room that are board members, and if they are making those connections, I want to make sure that we're as free and clear as possible. And since there are multiple agencies that provide that type of work, I want to make sure they have that access. That's me personally. That's not the board speaking, but I'm just giving you my opinion on that. But I see that Mr. Rickelman wanted to make a statement.
Yeah, just regarding the microgrid analysis. So the community-specific one was driven by the Kelseyville Business Association, but if we were to pursue this with CDBG, it would be several different communities. The idea is to expand it and figure out kind of where across the county it makes sense to do this analysis.
Thank you. Then real quick, the loan program, it'd be great if we can get a report on, not necessarily, unless that's possible, who has gotten the loan, but like how many loans, how many have defaulted, how many have paid back. I don't have any of that information. If it's possible to get that, that would be great.
Yeah, actually, well, it's probably a bit dated, but we can certainly provide that to you folks. That's
just to see where we are.
Oh, yeah. We haven't done, the loans have been, that loan fund's been exhausted for a couple of years now. But that information is certainly available, and we'd be happy to share it.
Okay.
It's part of the grant closeout reports that we do, and we could provide that information. If I could go back to the NCO question that you had, I am on the NCO board, but I mean, I'm able to separate out my roles and responsibilities.
And again, I said perceived, I didn't say
I know,
real.
I know. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of what you were.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And my last comment is the industrial park. Very interested in that. I think that has economic highlights, just at least in my mind. Is there a feasibility study? Can we get funding to do a feasibility study on where to do an industrial grant, whether that's in some random area that would be feasible, the airport property or other areas? But I think we would need to start there. Is that a possibility so that then we can go into, if the feasibility study proves positive, to go into engineering and designing and then looking for the construction funding with a shovel-ready project?
It's absolutely a possibility. In fact, over the years, we've looked at that site. And in fact, many years ago, the road off Highland Springs Road to what was Workrite, that was a county project that we utilized grant funds to build that road. So it's been looked at, and absolutely, yeah, you can do that. It might not be that site, it might be others that you have in mind. But Ben probably has other thoughts on that.
Oh, I was just going to quickly add, with the recently passed SB 131, the state budget bill, there is now a CEQA exemption for advanced manufacturing in zones that are industrial. So, you know, one project in Lake County it's going to make it move quicker. So it could be something that tips the balance for investment in industrial zones.
And I know that we have Director Turner from CDD in the back. I know we have some planned development commercial zones throughout the county, and maybe that's a place to start. But I would love to see the industrial park being looked at as a possibility for this. Thank you.
Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, just a question about, you had mentioned that some of this had been used for parks improvement or development over on the North Shore. I don't know if any of our current parks projects would be anything that would be eligible, but I was curious about that.
So I plan to check with all the directors that manage construction projects for the county. So if they have projects that qualify, so they have to have those pre-development qualifications, all the planning, and the environmental processes complete. But if they do, it would be a great opportunity. With how the money's kind of divided, at least it was in the previous NOFA, we'll see when this one comes out. There is a bucket of money that can only be used for construction, public facilities improvements. So it'd be great to apply for that funding.
All right, I appreciate that. I thank you for looking into that too.
Director Turner, I see you came up. Would you like to?
Thank you. I appreciate the direction of this conversation. I just wanted to add that in our meetings last year with the local area plan advisory committees, Kelseyville is interested in setting up an industrial area in the former gravel extraction location. So we've already identified in the community an interest in developing that. I'd be happy to work with Ben and Jeff further in the future. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, I noticed, or I remember during this discussion talking about the business associations, and you've already met with some of them, or you're going to continue to go further?
Yeah, we've met with several of them, but
Mike?
we didn't want to go too far into things until we had this meeting to make sure we were on the right track.
Yeah, because Andy was just at the NSBA, and but this wasn't a topic, but it would be good for them to have this information when it comes forward. The other thing, I'm glad you mentioned the copter and roadmap task force, because during that initial stages, one of the, one of the initiatives was to ensure that there was some facade enhancement or something like that. So maybe this could be part of that. I know, I'm not sure if there was any projects or any, anything that followed through on it. I don't remember. But it would be good to have that when it comes to some of the businesses on the Highway 20 or anywhere else that has that cross-section or, yeah.
Well, at this stage, we're thinking it would be great to have it for any unincorporated area in the county. And one of the ideas that we've been talking about too is if you have a business loan program, a component of it can be the facade improvement program. So that particular part of the overall loan program can be targeted specifically for facade improvements, and then the criteria can be a little more flexible because many of the businesses are leasing space. And if they're going to be taking on some debt, you want to make it as flexible as possible as far as repayment or even forgivable loans. Because while they're making the improvements to the property, they don't own it in many cases. Now, in some cases, the owner of the building also owns the business. But there's quite a bit you can do with the program to where you can provide loan funds. You do all you can to make sure that the business is going to survive and continue. And then under certain conditions, you can forgive the debt after a certain period of time. That's not our decision
Right.
to set it up that way, but I'm just talking about alternative
Just
ways
giving the
you
alternative,
can do it. Other jurisdictions are.
It's good to have, a vast, knowledge of how this can be worked out.
The downside of forgivable loans is then you don't have money coming back in.
Right.
Then you can't do other projects or programs.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
So many projects, and this is phenomenal. So it's exciting to see what we can do and making the most of it. But I know that it's pretty broad, and so I can see everybody's wheels turning, going, I know we have some projects down in our area. I know that the roads would be, you'd mentioned on the east side of the lake, roads. There's just so many projects. So thank you.
Just have to make sure we remember that. We have to make sure we remember that to move the microphone. That the projects like that have to be in a low, moderate income area.
Sure.
So that you're not tied to a job creation necessarily, but rather just the benefit is to that neighborhood that has at least 51% low, moderate income, which is a majority of our neighborhoods.
Right.
Thank you.
Right, I'm going to open it for public comment. Come on up, Shannon.
Good morning, Board. Shannon Walker-Smith, Deputy Community Development Administrator. I just wanted to echo a couple of points in terms of the Copter, Roadmap Task Force turning into Copter and all of the work that we've been doing in that community. We're about a year in. I think we've made significant progress, and I'd like to echo the thought of following that up with some economic development money that would help revitalize that community. In addition to that, I know Lisa's not here today, but we also are very interested in doing housing rehab, either in some communities or in multiple communities. But I think Nice and Lucerne make an excellent place to maybe start a project over there doing housing rehab, and that money, this grant could also fund a project like that. A couple of things I wanted to say. It's really important that there are several pots of money when this NOFA comes out, and we can apply for multiple, but we have to be really thoughtful about it. So I think that's just something to pay attention to, that we don't want to be competing against each other, and that we should be taking a look at the whole and seeing how to maximize the pots and apply, because you can only apply for one construction project, one public services project, right? So we have to be thoughtful about that. And lastly, just as a point of clarification, it wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but you're probably going to be hearing about it more as time goes by. We also applied for, I think it was at the very beginning of 24, Ben, and we just are getting now these standard agreements for the funds that came in through a special CDBG NOFA that was mitigation related. So Ben applied for a project, Terry applied for a project, and we did. And we're funding a 2-officer mitigation team that are going to focus on substandard housing and hazardous vegetation work. And I forget what the other projects are doing, but because you're going to hear more about those projects going forward, and we're all going to be saying CDBG, I just wanted to clarify that there are 3 other projects that we have been able to bring in funding for. And that was a special NOFA that was related to the 2018 fires, and we qualified for that money specifically. So you'll be hearing more about those projects going forward, because I think we're all getting started on those now. And just lastly, we're here in support of Ben and economic development and the CDBG grant, and be happy to work together going forward on whatever the board would like to see us apply for. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
Ms. Walker-Smith, I do have a potential question for you. I'm under the impression that we are contracting with Mr. Lucas to handle CDBG as a whole, where we shouldn't be competing against one another. We should be in the know of what we're all trying to attempt to do, so that we don't take over someone else's hope, or we should prioritize what are all the projects rather than individually doing it in our own silos. Is that what's happening now, or is that what you're offering that we do from now on? Because I want to make sure that we're working together and not stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah, definitely. I've had multiple conversations with Jeff over the years, in that with the mitigation NOFA that came out, we all did our own writing on that. And Jeff was it was my first time writing CDBG grant. He was very helpful and supportive of that process, and always is there to, be helpful, answer questions. As we move forward with this process and this timeline, I think that some good conversations between community development, economic development, and housing would be appropriate.
Okay.
We could do better on coordinating our efforts, and always, you can always do better. And so you don't want to keep up with what all the other parties are doing. So, as was alluded to very nicely, so that your projects and programs don't conflict or compete, but they're complementary, and they work together with an overall plan that the county board has set for the use of these funds. And so that's a great question and a wonderful opportunity for us to work on maybe having regular quarterly Zoom meetings or something, to where I can keep up, because sometimes folks move ahead with things because it's a good idea, and then you're not aware of it. I'm not saying that's happened. I'm just saying that that's a good question, and we could improve our communications in that regard.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Come on up.
Good morning, board. Margot Kambara. This is an exciting opportunity. I have a few comments and suggestions. First off, it was mentioned about the small-scale solar. Great. Cut our dependence on fossil fuels, reduce our costs in general, operating costs in general. May I suggest heat pumps, not only for business, but for residential? I have read that municipalities are encouraging residents on entire streets to convert to heat pumps, and also switch from gas ranges to electric, more electrification. And since they're doing it on a street-by-street basis, you can leverage economies of scale. and that drops the cost tremendously. But more and more, we reduce our carbon footprint, we rely more on renewable energy, and we cut our energy bills. So terrific. So I suggest that we look at that. In terms of planning and capacity building, and Supervisor Sabatier's interest in industrial parks and Kelseyville's interest in industrial parks, may I suggest a program similar to Build that would be more than 2 or 3 birds with one stone, and that is, what if we in Lake County could develop a program that is providing a modular approach to building low and moderate income housing using low fire materials like rammed earth and other technologies. And in addition to that, parallel to that, go to a modular building concept. And that could be done on the industrial park, where these modules, these panels, can be constructed there, but the construction is done on site. So that is economic development for the county. It's also an opportunity for workforce development. So I think that would be very exciting. It would be challenging to get all the get everything tucked together before November, but perhaps we could start, and I would be very interested in helping in any way I can. I would also like to voice support for Supervisor Sabatier's suggestion that we open this up to the RFP process, because it is important for us to have transparency and for everyone to have a fair opportunity to take part in this program. And I would also like to say that Ms. Shannon Walker-Smith's suggestion about opening up this grant opportunity to housing rehabilitation would be very positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments? No? All right. Supervisor Sabatier?
I do have a question about the RFP process. I know that you kind of suggested that it's kind of up to our guidance to you. I guess I want to bring that back to the board and see, do we want to provide any guidance or keep going as before? What's the, you know where I stand on that, just looking to see if there's any other opinions on that.
I think he wanted to say.
I heard something. Susan?
Thank you, Chair. The one thing I'd like to offer the board to consider is to give staff the flexibility to either do the RFP or the other route, just based on the NOFA, opportunity, capacity. You know, if you restrict it to just one path, that could eliminate opportunity. I just want to make sure staff has the ability to make that decision. We will, of course, strive to make it competitive, but in some instances, I think we need to have some flexibility to choose the best path to have the most opportunity.
All right.
I'm wondering if maybe an RFQ is better, like who can do workforce development, and then what fits with what we're trying to get accomplished.
It could be an RFP, an RFQ, or
Which is much more
another
simple than an RFP
recipient.
itself, where it's
Yeah.
very specific about a full project rather than a capability.
Ben?
Yeah, I was just thinking, without the NOFA, it's kind of hard to make this determination, and so an RFQ might be the appropriate path forward.
All right. So I think everyone's okay with the RFQ.
Yeah, and then you get the flexibility within the RFQ of who qualifies.
Anything else?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. This is a presentation, so thank you again for this information, and I'm sure if there's other questions, we'll come and find you.
Thank you.
We will take a short break, a 5-minute break, and come back at 10:10. All right, well, I'll just talk as we wait for the camera. We have 5.7. We're going to conduct this item. It's from the consent agenda. We pulled it. Sitting as the Board of Directors, Lake County Watershed Protection District, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code, Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of the goods and services. And B, authorize the County of Lake Water Resources Director to sign a memorandum of understanding amendment agreement between the Lake County Watershed Protection District and the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance for the time period of June 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2026. Dr. Upadhyay from the Water Resources Department is here.
Hello everyone, it's Pawan Upadhyay, Lake County Water Resources Director. So this is the MOU which the Watershed Protection District had with Terra. So this is an amendment to that, and there were like last minute changes made to that, so that's why, and you can see that on the screen. There are notably two changes to this compared to the previous version. One is the amount, so which is the initial one had an annual estimated cost for the work between Terra and Watershed Protection District to be 25,000 to 80,000 and not to exceed 90,000. But our experience over the last year, it turned out probably the work and the grant we got covers more than that. So we have been amending it to 25,000 to 180,000 annually and not to exceed 200,000 in any single fiscal year. The next notable change is the time period. So the previous MOU had a time period from June 1st, 2024 to June 1st, 2026. But this one is from June 1st, 2024 till December 31st, 2026. So it's 6 months longer. Other than that, most of the things remains the same, and the edits are to the MOU is displayed here.
All right. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Sabatier?
Just want to say thank you for your patience with me on this item and looking forward to approving this.
Thank you. Yep.
Any public comment? We have someone coming up.
Hi, Julia Carrera, Worth Subcommittee, Levy Subcommittee Chair. Thank you for all the work you're doing with Terra. Just planting a seed. In the contract, there is a not to exceed 2-week window for vegetative management in tributaries, levees, and creeks. It would be very nice to see that longer than 2 weeks. There's a lot of vegetation that needs to be removed in Lake County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for action. Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to see if it's possible. Is that a possibility to extending? Is there a reason why it's 2 weeks specifically? I mean, I think it's 2 weeks is good, but is it possible to expand that?
I'm thinking maybe it might be 2 weeks for a project, but not like overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm good with as is. And if there's no further comments, then sitting as the Board of Directors of the Lake County Watershed Protection District, I move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods and services, and authorize the County of Lake Water Resources Director to sign a MOU amendment as amended between the Lake County Watershed Protection District and the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance for the time period of June 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2026.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Would you like to do 7.8?
yes. 7.8. Consideration, 7.8, consideration of quarterly report of construction contract change orders approved under delegation of authority to Public Services Director for the Lake County Sheriff Administration Facility Renovation Project, Public Services Director Lars Ewing. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. As your board is aware, the project for the adaptive reuse or remodel of the armory to the new Sheriff Administration Center is underway. It's going very well. For a very brief update, it is summarized in the memo, but we are somewhere in the 35% completion rate. That is ahead of schedule. We do expect that schedule to go back to the alignment with the original schedule, just based on some equipment items that will be coming in that have a long lead. They're ordered, but they're weeks, months and months out. So project continues. We're not delaying, but ultimately the final completion will probably be at that June 2026 schedule. I do want to pause and just really make the board aware of how well this project is going. The sheriff is working closely with Public Services Capital Project Management Team, led by Joe Cooper. I would say for a project of this size, I'm hearing very little of it. I check in very frequently about it, but he is managing it exceptionally well. The contractor is a model of what a contractor should be, so it's going very well. Your board should be pleased. One of the items that was one action that your board took specific to this project was a delegation of authority of construction contract change orders. That was a few months ago, so your board may recall that. There were some conditions associated with that delegation of authority. First off, most construction contract change orders come to your board. A couple of months ago, your board delegated certain authority to me, just in the interest of time, to make sure that the project can continue. The conditions associated with that were really control measures. That no single change order would exceed. It's here in writing, but it would not exceed $210,000. The second item was that the cumulative total of all change orders would not exceed $610,750. And the third is that I would come and present a quarterly report to your board. So we are at that quarterly deadline here. So as a report, what I provided were the two contract change orders that were approved under that delegation authority. CCO number 1 in April of 2025 for a total of $139,404.84. And change order number 2 in June of 2025 for a total for that change order of $68,192.22. So a total of the cumulative total is $207,597.06. The scope of these change orders are relatively common in construction. I could certainly detail each one. The attachments for each for both change orders do include a breakdown of those. But I can tell you that there wasn't anything that was worthy of being called out specifically. So with that, I'll conclude the report. It was informational only. Certainly direction from the board is always welcome. But at this point, that concludes my presentation.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I just want to say how much I appreciate we gave you that flexibility in order for you to not have to waste any time on this project. Really happy to hear that the project's moving along. I will be reaching out to see if it's possible to do a just quick review without getting in the way and just taking a look at how things are going. Be awesome if maybe 2 of us can go to, that way you don't have to get 5 different offers at 5 different times. But just wanted to, again, thank you. We gave you the flexibility. You're coming back to us with what we requested, and I'm happy to see what's there. This is a $12 million overall. I think it's around that number for this specific contract. We're very small percentage increase at this moment in time for overall project potential change. So glad to see where it is and how it's going. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll work with admin on scheduling that. I think we are at that stage where, we're always at the stage where you're welcome to do a site visit, but getting eyes on target, so to speak, I think is beneficial for everybody. So we'll arrange for that.
We have hard hats.
Nice.
Yeah.
That makes it more exciting.
Any other questions or comments? Open it up for public comment. All right. No hands in Zoom, bring it back to the board, and it looks like this is informational, like Laura said. And we will close this and move on to 7.9. Consideration of a determination that competitive bidding would not be in the public interest pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.22, and B, authorization of the Public Services Director, Assistant Purchasing Agent to sign a purchase order not to exceed $370,012.50 to Peterson Cat for a used 2020 Caterpillar 730 articulated dump truck for the East Lake Landfill. Public Services Director Lars Ewing.
All right, well, good morning again. The East Lake Landfill uses a variety of equipment, a variety of heavy equipment, and as your board is also aware, the landfill is in it's a constant construction project, I guess is a simple way to put it. We are also expanding it through in phases. Where we are now with that project and where we are with the landfill, not just the project, and where we anticipate being in the future. The landfill manager is of the opinion, and I've looked at it along with him and his operations supervisor, that this articulated dump truck is of a specific benefit to their operations. And what we're talking about here is hauling of soil when we need to move dirt from point A to point B. One common piece of equipment is a scraper, which literally, as you're driving along, it's scraping the ground and picking up the dirt, and then driving away and dumping it wherever it needs to be placed from point A to point B. Operationally, where we are moving that dirt now, the landfill manager felt that this type of operation, essentially it's a dump truck. That's what we're talking about here. But articulated means that it can pivot at a certain a little bit more than your standard fixed axle dump truck. So in taking his recommendation, we started looking at cost. A new articulated dump truck of the sort that we need at the landfill, estimated was in the $600,000-$700,000 range. So one of our common approaches is to start looking at used pieces of equipment. Obviously, there's a downside to that. One of which is the need to waive competitive bidding if we do in fact find one. It's a challenge to put out a solicitation for a used piece of equipment and really be able to compare apples to apples. So staff was successful in finding an articulated dump truck through Peterson Cat, which is essentially the local Caterpillar dealer and service provider. So there's a big benefit in that. Their reach, they provide, Peterson Cat does provide the ongoing maintenance for our existing Caterpillar fleet. So there's an ongoing benefit to having that same company on board for the ongoing maintenance of that piece of equipment. But it does require your board, if you are willing to support this, waiving the competitive bidding and then approving the purchase order. So I'll end there.
Supervisor.
No, I appreciate your diligence in looking for options, and because this one looks like it'll save us about $55,000 from what we're expecting at least.
Well, much more than that. I mean, on the capital purchase, we're talking about somewhere in the range of $300,000 cost savings. Certainly, we're buying it has a little over 4,000 hours, so it won't last as long as a new piece of equipment. But that upfront cost, I would suggest, and I certainly the landfill manager who has been doing this for quite a long time. I trust his judgment. I don't blindly trust it, but looking into it, I came to an agreement alongside him.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, I'll open it up for public comment. And I don't see any. No hands in Zoom. All right, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
And before I make the motion, I also appreciate the fact that you looked at ways to fill the void and find some savings, because goodness gracious, the cost of a brand new and it's not going to get any cheaper, unfortunately. So hopefully we get good life use out of it. I know you mentioned the hours and what's anticipated, and I appreciate for that level of information as well. If there's nothing further, I move to waive the competitive bidding due to Lake County Code Section 38.2, and authorize the Public Services Director, Assistant Purchasing Agent to sign a purchase order not to exceed $370,012.50 to Peterson Cat for a used 2020 Caterpillar 730 articulated dump truck for the East Lake landfill.
I second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Apologize for ending my motion with a question mark.
It won't read that way.
Thanks, Lars.
All right. We are at 10:33, so we will now go on to our next timed item. 6.4, consideration of Lake County Tourism Improvement District 2024 Annual Marketing Report. And I'll just give the floor to Mr. Fisher.
Hello, Board of Supervisors and county staff. Thank you for welcoming me back to present to you our 2024 fiscal annual report. So we've got a slide presentation somewhere. Sam's going to...
Would you like to come up here and as
cue it
opposed
up?
to...
You know, as long as I can see it.
You'll be able to see it better. Well, it's up to you. Your choice.
I don't know. I thought it played here.
It will.
It will.
Okay,
will.
perfect. I can handle it then.
Okay.
So we had a good year in 2024 for the most part. I mean, I can kind of tell you how it went. Good numbers, good growth. I think as we, that was year basically 6 for the Tourism Improvement District. So we're kind of finding our groove. We're understanding a little bit more where the money's coming from, how it comes from, where it comes from, how to try to find ways around, make more money, or bring more money into our organization. And so it was a good year. It was a good, stable, I think, kind of year. And we're seeing a lot more compliance as well. So that's also cool. So here we go.
Sorry, it's not responding.
Okay. You have it in PowerPoint, or what are we looking at here?
I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's PowerPoint. I just...
So maybe we could just get through the, can you click to the next slide? We don't necessarily maybe need the whole screen, so we can, in the interest of time. Okay.
Showing up on his other screen.
Huh.
You were right all along, Joanne. Listen to the expert. She knows. Do you have access maybe to the actual Google Sheet? Because then it sits in a cloud. Yes.
Okay, that's what it is. It's not Windows and Mac.
I've got a Mac if you need it.
And I've got mine here, if we'd like to just...
I was able to. Yes, let's use your Mac.
Just needed patience. We should be good.
All right. There we go.
We think we're there?
Yep.
Perfect.
There we go.
So real briefly, our agenda is just 4 key areas we're going to look at today. I want to talk about our board members. I want to talk about the economic impact of tourism in Lake County, our programs for marketing in fiscal year 2024, and take a little bit of a glance, a look ahead at 2025 and what we're up to. To start off with our board. There you go. Here's a look at the board, and we've got some of our board members here. We've got Christy White here, who is our chair, owner of Finca Castanero, a small short-term rental in Kelseyville. And we've got our secretary, Wilda Schock, who does a great job after 6+ years of keeping us on track from a secretary standpoint. And then Susan as well sits on our board. So the rest of the board, Lynn Butcher was on the board in 2024. She's exited the board at this point after she sold her property. We've got Alan in Clear Lake, David, former mayor of City of Clear Lake, Priya, Skylark Shores here in Lakeport, Jeff Pletcher, who was running Robinson Rancheria for a couple of years, and Jeff Warburg, who at the time in 2024 was at Connecticut Harbor Resort. So a good variety of folks on our board. We try to keep it from one side of the county, north, south, everybody, and all very participative. It's a very active board. We meet quarterly. Next up. So tourism's economic impact. Bruno already was wise to these numbers. This is our 2024 fiscal revenue. So the way we presented numbers in the past, we were presenting numbers by basically not in the exact. So this is actual accounting, meaning these were the 4 quarters our revenue for 2024, and you can see in this stays the same. The county. The TID, the actual assessment, is the largest percentage of our revenue at 37%, followed by the contribution from TOT that you guys always make, which is 27% of our budget. Clear Lake comes in third at 15%, Lakeport at 12%, Middletown at 4.8%, and Robinson at 2.8%. So that's really where our revenue comes from in 2024. The next slide will show you cumulatively over the last several years. Helen?
The Middletown, was that Middletown Rancheria or was that Middletown?
It's Middletown Rancheria.
Okay.
Well, it's Twin Pine Casino and
Twin Pine, yeah.
Correct.
That's what I meant.
Correct.
Okay.
So here's the 4-year comparison of our assessment. Again, these numbers are not going to be on our fiscal, but they're the right numbers. They show up a little bit differently because sometimes we would get our fourth quarter in the first quarter, and maybe you understand. It gets a little confusing really quick. But moving forward, we're going to only present you numbers in our fiscal year for the 4 quarters of 2024. So, but you can see the growth. We're seeing this pattern. We understand how the county's working from a tourism standpoint, and that's a lot more insight than we used to have. So the economic impact of Lake County travel in 2024. Visit California funds a really large research study with Dean Runyon and Associates, a very big, very credible research firm actually up in Oregon. And given that California, the state's #1 industry is tourism, they pay a lot of attention to the numbers at the Visit California side. And according to the 2024 study, the Lake County travel-related spending, and we'll get this broken down in the next slide, was a little over $200 million in hospitality. And that contributed to about 14.2 state and local taxes. And over 1,800 jobs in Lake County are associated or connected with tourism. And in the next slide, you'll see that food services is actually the largest recipient of travel and hospitality in Lake County at $60 million, followed by accommodations, art, entertainment, recreation. So as we say in destination marketing, for every $1 somebody will spend in one of our properties, they're going to spend another $3 outside of that property in our county. So there's a multiplier effect that's super important in visitation to Lake County. And we continue to watch that. Next up, our marketing programs in review for 2024. So these are the ways we measure success. And really most destination marketing organizations measure their success by their website traffic, their social media growth and engagement, campaign impressions, performance, email database growth and leads, marketing partnerships, and our public relations and our just basically earned media. So these are some of the major basically pillars that we look at and we watch and we try to manage. First up is website traffic. We had a phenomenal year on our website. Sorry. Our page views are up almost 50% at 449,000. Users, 286,000. And sessions were at 327,000, a 24% increase year over year. Top pages for page views. Again, they're going to the right places. They're looking for places to stay and accommodations and places. They're looking at our events. We push that pretty hard on the site, push it pretty hard in our emails. They're at our homepage, and everybody likes the Blue Lakes. Everybody's Blue Lakes continues. That blog post always does really well. We use it in our advertising a lot as well. Top cities, we're in the right towns: San Jose, San Francisco, Sacramento. Los Angeles, Los Angeles just always pops for us. We do not spend any advertising. We don't spend any dollars in Los Angeles, but Los Angeles is always in the top 5 of everything we do. Seattle, which is new, and Santa Rosa. So some great stuff there. Now, where does all this traffic come from to our website? This is, how do we make it rain on the website? Organic search is number one, which is kind of to be expected. We have to remember that there's a lot of lake counties in the world, so maybe we benefit from that. Organic search, direct, people who are literally coming directly into our website with lakecounty.com, which is a good sign. They're going to spend some time there if they're going there direct. Paid search, that's the stuff that we spend with Google. Spend a lot of money there. We buy a lot of search terms. We buy a lot of search categories. So that's a really key area to drive traffic. Our organic social from Karen Pavoni does an amazing job with social. So drives a lot of traffic. And then our paid social is like the fifth pillar. So that's how we drive the traffic to our website and try to hold people. Book Direct is that widget. It's basically a plugin that's added to our website. I know it's a bunch of gobbledygook. This actual slide I wanted to let you know is different from the one that Ben would have shared with you if you had this deck shared with you earlier. Book Direct is part of Simple View. I won't take you through the whole thing, but it's gotten a lot better since we've started working with these folks. The one thing is they're tied into our GA4, Google Analytics 4. So we feel a lot safer about the data that we're getting. It's a lot more stable coming through a Google Analytics window. So that's good for us. So 68,000 searches in 2024 for where can I stay in Lake County off of our website. Of those, 9,896 actually clicked from that search to that property's website. We lose them at that point. We don't really know whether they've booked or what they've done from there, but we've delivered basically 10,000 live bodies to Lake County lodging establishments in 2024. And those markets were, again, reflective of our top markets: San Jose, San Francisco, Sacramento, Los Angeles, and Oakland. So Book Direct is a great partner. They were sold recently to another company, and so everything's kind of switched up and changed. And I think the data is going to even be richer, so we're kind of psyched about that one. And the price so far hasn't gone up. Organic social media. This is what Karen does all the time for us. Karen's a really good poster. She's a really good writer. She's really in tune. She works really hard to figure out what can I do to put the best in the, shine the best light on Lake County. She increased our Facebook followers to 36,000, which was a 4% increase. Hard to move these numbers a lot, to be honest with you. But a lot of Facebook reach, 149,000 increase year over year. A lot more use of video in our social media feeds. Top cities, again, Los Angeles, #1, Sacramento, San Jose, Santa Rosa, San Francisco, and Stockton. Instagram, again, 14% year over year increase. So the good news here is we keep growing these numbers. And in destination marketing, I work with a lot of other destinations. It's hard to do. It's hard to, you can kind of, it's rough. There's a lot of competition for people's eyeballs and people's time, but really pleased with our organic social media. That's a standard contract that we've had with Karen. She's been running it for years, and we're going to stick with that one. Next up, our monthly blog and newsletter. Boy, it's a lot of work. 17,000 contacts right now in 2024. That number's grown significantly actually this year, but that was an 89% increase year over year. So we're always trying to pull in people to hear more and listen and to agree to receive more information on what's happening in Lake County. Our open rates are really solid at 30%, which is 20% is the industry average, and our click-through rate is just a bit above where they are. We look at this stuff like mad. I mean, every time we send out a newsletter, you can look within 10 minutes and see where things are going, what's working, what's not working. And that's kind of really helped inform us in our decisions about what we should advertise and how we should build our social media. You'll see a lot of what we do in our social media now, our paid social media, is we try to deliver something for that person clicking right away, whether it's spring into Lake County for a clearly different adventure, or summer concert series, or the rodeo that we were talking about up there in that blog piece. But we want to engage people with something other than just say, hey, land at our homepage. We want to see what they can do. And we really look at that. We really watch and see how long they spend. And the time spent on these readers is really good on our website. So we're going to keep pushing away at our monthly blog and our newsletter. Next up is paid search. Those folks at Google making all those quadrillions and billions and zillions, they just won't leave us alone. 570,000 impressions, 48,000 clicks, a really great click through, and you can go through and you can see kind of what our top performing keywords are. Camping, California; cabin, California; vacations, places to go; Clear Lake; best hotels in California; vacation cabins in California. So we do pretty well there. And then these are our ad groups. You buy in like whole groups of categories: lodging, outdoor entertainment, hiking, vineyards, casinos. You can see those. But paid search is a key component to anybody. I mean, they always get the accreditation no matter what, which is fine. But it's kind of a, you could do a million things out there in print, but people aren't going to remember that. They're just going to go to their browser and they're going to search in Google. So Google's going to get the accreditation. Paid social, really great stuff. We're using a lot more video in our paid social. It's a lot more engaging. 2024 was a great year. We increased impressions by 67%. We run a really cool, and we're going to continue to do it. It's basically what we call a carousel. We come up with, we feature 8 different properties every quarter. And we really want to engage people with all the cool ways you can come to Lake County and stay. You know, whether it's a caboose in Upper Lake, or a tent in Six Sigma or Hutopia, or a really beautiful Airbnb on the lake. We just want to tempt people with that stuff, and we see a lot of engagement with our carousel. But a very good program on social media, so we're going to continue in that vein. Next.
I have a quick question about that, if I may, Chair.
Yeah.
You say industry benchmark is that 0.90? I didn't see the point.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So we're at 2.7. The industry is 0.9.
Correct.
Sorry, didn't see the point.
Yep. That's okay. It was a small point.
I answered my yes.
You're easy today, Bruno. You're easy. So now I wanted to show you, so like I said, we're using a lot of video now in our social media and in all of our advertising. And here's an example of some video that we're using. Okay. Well, we would just have video. We'll just have movement. So yeah, there's a voiceover to this that's talking about Lake County and all the beautiful Lake County. Get yourself out, find some air. 1,300 square miles of adventure, so much for you to do. So that runs in programmatic display banners, which sounds like sounds exactly what it is. It's super top of the funnel stuff. We don't do a lot of that because we really can't afford a lot of that. It's an expensive business to play in. But we got 1 million impressions and conversions. I mean, clicks, kind of like ridiculous. But you need to be there. You need to be out there with trying to set like the stage. People, how many of us know friends who've said, "Where's Lake County? I've never heard of it. What do you do?" and stuff. So we want to change these people. If they see these things over and over, we think that we'll get there and they'll consider us for their vacation. Next up is the digital out of home. We experimented with a little digital out of home. We were running videos at gas station pumps. It was really affordable. We gave it a shot, and I kind of canceled it pretty quickly. There was just no way of knowing anything, and they wouldn't even tell you whether the videos were working, and they just say they ran them, and you're like, oh no, this isn't going to work. So we quickly pulled that money and reallocated it back into search and social. It just was a shot at something different. And this is where the video is supposed to play. Is it going to play? Okay. All right. Well, that was video. It was good. Partnerships North of Ordinary, that is our group of Lake, Mendocino, Humboldt, and Del Norte. It's a Visit California organization called North Coast. We market ourselves as the North of Ordinary, more of a state of mind than a place. And we do a really good job. We really have a good time with each other. Lots of great resources. And they deliver a ton of impressions for us. Good engagement. And what we do is we leverage that relationship to go to things that we can't otherwise go individually, like trade shows. They're really expensive, but the four of us can all share a booth at a trade show, and it goes a lot better. Plus, we can all man it, which a lot of people are required for trade shows. So we did it, and we also get a lot of email leads. In 2024, it was just 3,000. That was our show. But we've really goosed that number moving forward. I think we're all really focused on that's something really good that North of Ordinary can do for all four of our organizations is build that email database. So they have a social media posts as well. They have a social media handle, and their number one post was actually Lake County. Was our maps, and so. We show up there in a million different ways. I'll be honest with you, it's hard to compete with like redwoods and whales and coast. I mean, there you go. It is hard to compete. I mean, there's a lot. Those are pretty sexy. But we have Great Lake, we have big bass, and I'm always banging on the table telling them to, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. And we do. We get our fair share, but just not as sexy as some of the other stuff, let's be honest. Our partnership, we continue to support the Tourism Ambassador Program. Anybody who travels knows the first thing you do when you go somewhere is you find a good local and you ask them what to do. And so this is what that program really complements, and it's been a great program. Really helps people understand the value of tourism, how to tell people where to go, what to do, how to be informed. It's a great program for raising kind of our hospitality standards in Lake County. So we're going to continue to support that. A lot of work goes into it, and it's a good place for us to be. So we'll continue that with that partnership. Other partnerships are trade shows. Visit California does a big Outlook Forum every year. 2024, it was in Palm Springs. It was such a drag to have to go to Palm Springs. Just kidding. It was March, beautiful. It's such an industry event. I mean, you just hear everything. You really kind of key in. You see all of the whoosy whatsies of Visit California, which is good. We need to be in front of these people. We need to show them that we're in this game with them, and they love that. And that's everybody up there is North of Ordinary, that big group picture. That's all the folks that we jointly market as North of Ordinary. We did the next trade show with that North of Ordinary crowd at the Santa Clara Convention Show. It's the largest travel and tourism show in the lake in California, basically. And there's our booth. You can see it's like a big hodgepodge of all of us, but we hustle it. It's a great booth location. We get thousands of emails out of that. We give away a beautiful trip. Thank you, Tallman Hotel. I guess it was last year. No, it was Tallman Hotel this past year. It was actually a fainting couch up on Cobb. So we lean on folks. We do it. Give a lot of material out, and we get to talk to people, put a face on Lake County. People are always like, I've been there when there was a kid, and they want to hear stories, and so we're going to continue to do this travel show, and it's something we couldn't afford on our own. We need to do it with our group. Really nice for the Lake County Wine Grape Commission. All I had to do was buy a ticket to get down to San Diego, drag my own stuff, and we handed out hundreds of magazines and hundreds of maps and talked to lots of people about Lake County inside the booth for the wine show at the San Diego Food and Wine Festival. Good group of people. Everybody's so interested in like, where is Lake County? Never heard of it. You go through that conversation 1,000 times. But a really fun time, and there's some wonderful attendees posing next to our Lake County sign. Crazy stuff. So I talked about public relations. We really don't do any public relations. I would be lying if I said we did. We can't afford public relations. It's expensive. We don't have the money. And so we look at it as basically kind of earned media. How much press do we get? And, so we do look at that. We watch it. We'll use this at all of our blogs and all of our emails. We try to trumpet all the good things that happen. And so we did pretty well in 2024, and we're doing even better this year. So we'll continue to kind of monitor, watch, and try to monetize it as much as we can. And last but not least, 2025, a look ahead. Well, I know we're already halfway through, but we have a lot of stuff we're doing this year. You're going to see a whole different presentation next year because we're going to still stick to our knitting of, basically search social. But we've got some new assets that we're having fun with. Yes, we have a new magazine that's coming out one of these days. I do believe it'll be probably delivered by this week, a little bit later than we had asked for. But we just, sometimes you just have to kind of get with the program. And so we're gonna have our visitor magazine here in probably August. We'll get it delivered. It was fully ad supported. Again, we didn't use any of our budget to go into that magazine. We let the industry, we let folks that you saw up there on that economic impact, they have to support this magazine. A lot of really fun stuff. 12,000 magazines in county. That puts 8,000 magazines in Sacramento, all along the I-5 corridor. And we're going to be at the Charles Schulz Sonoma Airport as well again. It's a partnership with the Chamber. So we're back with another magazine. It's really pretty. It's really fun. We have our I Love Lake County series in there, interviews. I love it. I'm super excited about it. I wish we had it 3 months earlier, but we didn't. And last but not least, we've got some really killer, and I don't know if we're going to be able, I'm hoping, Ben, come on. Can we not hear it though? Okay. Okay, there will be no sound on this, but this is a 60-second. Oh. So a lot more video in our asset bank, which is super cool because that's where it's at. That's a really long 60-second. We don't really run 60s. We run 15s and 8s and 10s. But that kind of gives you the breadth and depth of it. We hope to get it into some of our lodging partners to play on their in-house cable TV systems. And again, that's like 4% of all the video assets we have. So we're no longer in this having to make it like Ken Burns, like the photograph moving. So we're pretty psyched about that. And with that, that is what I have for you for our 2024 Visit Lake County Annual Report. Questions, please.
Thank you. We'll start out, Supervisor Sabatier.
I was waiting for someone else first. Thank you for the report. You mentioned bookings. Does bookings have the ability to track data and provide that data of how many actual bookings occurred through their widget system?
It would have to be able to talk with the booking engine of the wherever they're booking. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of booking engines that even are compatible with their systems. They do. Yes, in the purest sense, yes, Bruno, but we're really mom and pop here, so we don't have a lot of booking engines. I'll be the first to admit my booking engine doesn't work with Book Direct. It's just they're big kind of company. Book Direct works with big chains, big stuff, and we just don't have that. So they could do that, yes.
And I guess where I'm going is since the beginning. Yep. And I know it's a cliche term, but it works for your purpose and function, that it's all about heads on beds.
Yep.
And there's not a simple differentiation between the heads on beds when it comes to our fishing tournaments, which is not something you're involved in, is already happening separately. It's Fish and Wildlife. It's the tournament folks that are making those things happen. They do create TOT because they're getting Airbnbs, they're getting hotels. But your purpose is different in drawing people for a longer stay and a different type of stay. So I'm always looking for how do we get that data? How can we figure that out? And I know that you're working on it, but always looking to see if like what's the trajectory, especially since not only do we provide the TID, but we provide also some other general funds from our, I believe, our economic development budget to help engross your budget that you have that you can spend, and always looking for, are we getting a return on investment? I know you need time in order to really be able to produce some of that data and to also produce that return on the investment, because it doesn't just happen overnight.
Right.
But looking for ways to be able to show directly. Wanted to ask about, you've done billboards in the past.
We did. That was during COVID, yeah.
Those can be pricey, I know that, but did you not see a return on investment enough to go back to it? Is that something in the future you're looking to go back to?
You know, we would love to be able to do that more. I mean, we kind of took advantage of really low rates in outdoor advertising during COVID to be able to strike those deals. That's truthfully why we were able to do that. Those same boards today cost 3-4 times what we were using, or what we were paying. So probably not realistic. I mean, I am looking at all sorts of different ways to get in front of people, and video and some of our airports is really big now, and so there's a lot of different ways to do it. Trust me, I would do outdoor all the time. I think it's great. Just unfortunately, I think it's a little bit out of our budget these days.
No, I mean, you have a budget. You have to stay within your
Yeah.
budget. I just thought it looked good.
Yeah, I got a
number one,
ton of
and-
feedback from it. I mean, people, there's nothing better, and we've got the goods. So if anybody would like to make a contribution to an outdoor campaign, we could certainly run it.
Because I was just thinking about how LA popped up on your, Seattle popped up,
Yep.
and just kind of curious if that would be a good place to try and spread a little bit more advertisement. But sounds like you're doing what you can within the means that you have.
Yep.
I want to offer a suggestion, because I love the slogan, I guess, just a little different, right? And Lake Pillsbury, and also we are the last adventure of the state of California, or something along those lines. I'm butchering it up, but we are the wild adventure. We are the natural adventure. We are the wildlands, which is why we enjoy being here, right? And Lake Pillsbury is like the epitome of that, in my opinion. Is it possible to at least once a year get something to engage with Lake Pillsbury? Two reasons, obviously. One, we want people to enjoy it and see it as the gem that it is. And two, the more people we can engage over there, the more we can get support to continuing to have Lake Pillsbury as we continue our fight with what PG&E is trying to do. So wanted to put that suggestion out there.
I mean, I would love to. If you can connect me with somebody who can kind of help me amplify Lake Pillsbury's hospitality story, that would be the most important thing. I've tried to, like I was mentioning with the big campground out there, Mothership. I just can't really get anybody there to. I haven't been able to engage with anybody. And when we first started this, I really tried that hard. And then you just kind of realize that you need to kind of focus on where you can find people that are going to be able to help you. So I would love that if you've got somebody who's running the campground. I believe like that's PG&E owns a couple campsites. Mm-hmm. And I know that they're part of our TID when we did they didn't vote for the TID though. I just want to make that clear, PG&E. So yeah, I would love to know more of that. And another part of your question, we're going to have more data from the Book Direct. It's interesting. I just showed the board this week some of the data that Book Direct is coming through, again, connected to GA4, which is a little bit more realistic and a little bit more, I think, worthy of like looking at. So I think we're going to have a bit more data there. And when we first started the Book Direct, I did try to get all of our stakeholders. I sent a list. I went and we've tried really, really hard to get people to look at sharing their data with us about their bookings, and it was crickets. I couldn't really get anybody to respond to that. They did not. Nobody was looking to share anything with us at that point. Maybe they would now, but didn't happen. We're only going to get it unless they share it.
Well, thank you. And then my last thing, if the board is interested, I would love to hear it. I know I asked Stephen Carter because the numbers are kind of moved around in the different years.
Yep.
Just to see what is our TOT tax that we are collecting in the past few years, so we can see what has changed. Now, granted, not specifically sourced because of the TID, but just to get an idea of the changes that we're seeing. Because again, I'm looking for the return on investment on the extra bonus that we provide. I think it's worthy of providing, but I also want to get to a point where I can really see that return on the investment.
I kind of remember the number being 900,000 TOT, and it was headed to like 1.1 this year. Am I crazy? I remember. Oh,
Here he comes.
Sorry, I said the man from New Orleans. It's
yeah, go for it.
didn't want him to.
Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer. So for 24-25, it was a little over 1,020,000, but there could be some that is accrued back. But right now it's at 1,020,000, and 323,000 went to TID, the separate. And our contract with them is 112,500, which is about 1/9 of what we received. In 23-24, it was 930,000. 22-23, it was 975,000. 21-22 was 1,030,000. So it's kind of was up, went down a little, and it's back up to where it was back in 2021. And part of the reason for that is not just this agency bringing visitors in, is that's right also when we went after the short-term rentals hardcore and brought all of our revenues up about 400 grand.
And just as a reminder, there was also a pause in the TID due to the renewal. So that was almost, if I remember correctly, almost a year off, or at least 6 months off of doing the work that you were doing.
And my numbers are fiscal year for government agencies, so July 1 to June 30th, and all of his numbers are calendar year.
Yeah.
Which is very different.
And I think you mentioned you're calibrating that so that that will be connected.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Correct.
Just really glad that you brought up Lake Pillsbury, Supervisor Sabatier, because one of the things that, I mean, first off, we have a couple people we can talk to get you in touch with. I think another thing to add is that the fact that this whole situation with the decommissioning has given folks the impression, especially with media, that there isn't anything going on up there, when in fact, about a month back, I went on a boat with one of the Lake Pillsbury Alliance to go look at the dam, and it was very active. So there's still things going on, and if we can advertise that there is still, despite this whole discussion, at least we can get some sort of activity and people going up and visiting and whatnot. I know that that's probably one of the situations where people can, rent Airbnbs in the Lake Pillsbury ranch, but also, just giving it that opportunity. Another thing to add is, and Patrick's not here, but the amount that we've missed out because of this whole situation on we already talk about our economy and how $800,000 a year we're losing in sales tax and taxes in general. But, there's a loss there because of this whole media campaign that Lake Pillsbury is going to be decommissioned. So it's basically gone. A lot of the people, up 101 down to Marin, and when they read the Press Democrat, they're like, oh, well, nothing's going on up there. Well, that's not the case, So I think it's a great idea to make sure we can get some things out there. We'll connect you with those folks and see how we can move forward with that. Just in the meantime, until things keep progressing, when it comes to the other stuff. But at least we can get people out there.
We would love to do like the ultimate, like how to do Lake Pillsbury.
Yeah.
I mean, I just need somebody to help find the way there.
Sounds good.
I don't know.
And then I know that, Stephen, you brought up the short-term rentals, Airbnbs, and you were mentioning something about heads and beds and numbers of TOT, things like that. I know also, or no, you were talking about the, what was it, bookings, right? And I know that when talking with the Treasure Tax Collector Department, they were mentioning how they were able to track some of the folks that were collecting taxes or renting their Airbnbs. And I don't know if that's a format that could be used to collaborate data, I'm not sure, but I know that that's one of the other aspects that I looked at working prior to Patrick's initiative with Granicus, who had a way to look at all of these different rentals and whatnot. So there might be a way to plug and play. I don't know. Maybe Stephen knows, or Patrick might know, because he's got I think a specific staff member that looks into that. But I'm just making a way to collaborate numbers and data. So
Appreciate
that's all
that.
it was. Yeah. Any other comments?
I just thank you for the work you're doing and the presentation today. Appreciate it.
Brad?
Yeah, that's pretty exciting, what you're doing. I'm impressed. You're doing an amazing job, and thank you so much. I think I did have some questions, but I believe Supervisor Sabatier had asked the same question, so put my pen down.
Thanks, everybody.
No, thank
We'll
you.
see you in a year and probably sooner.
I also appreciate the working with the chamber and whatnot. That's
Sure.
pretty cool.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Keep it up.
I do have a question, and I apologize for not recognizing it or not asking, but in our budget process, was the specific number
112.5.
112.5, or whatever the percentage, if it's based off of a percentage, was that included within our budget that was offered? Okay. I might
Looks
be
like
getting a
Stephen's right.
clarification.
You're there.
Yeah, yes, in Budget Unit 1892, which is Economic Development / Marketing.
He had to give me the number of the budget.
All right, I'll open it up for public comment.
Nice, nice.
Hi, good morning. I think this is excellent. I also really appreciate that there's a lot of data, and it's data-driven, and it's providing some really valuable information. I am curious, though, we talked about heads and beds, and is there any information that you can provide on our lodging capacity? Do we have sufficient capacity? Is there an opportunity that if we had more capacity, we would see more bookings? Are we oversaturated? Do we have any data that suggests that, gee, if we had 2 more hotels or 3 or more hotels, they'd be booked up like that? Or are we just not able to fill beds that we already have? Do we have any data to that respect? Thank you.
Yeah, the only data we have is just self-collected data from me driving around and figuring how many hotels are actually open to the public versus those that are housing possibly people who are unhoused and stuff like that, because you do run into a lot of that. I think our issue, and I say this all the time, isn't really more capacity, it's different product. We need new product in Lake County, and we're getting a lot of really cool new product, and you guys are approving that stuff because we really need different categories for people to be able to come stay. The tiny home that hopefully they get themselves open, postcard, I'm sorry, they were under a different name when they went through planning, down in postcard cabins. That's a great new product for us. It's different than anything else we have. It appeals to a different person. And they also come with their marketing muscle. And that's what we really need. We need more of these properties that come with their marketing muscle. We don't see a lot of that out of Hotopia, but they're not big marketers. So I think they do some search and stuff like that. But we need new product here. We have no luxury in the county for the most part. We have the Tallman, which is the only place for somebody to come stay if they really want a luxury accommodation, something 5 stars. We could use more in that space. The work that Patrick is doing, you guys, is huge for this compliance, because we have known, and I mean, I don't know if you remember me coming in here and boards all the time saying, all of our growth is in short-term rentals in this county. All of it was in short-term rentals, and they weren't compliant. And that's hard, because that's kind of where the luxury can go. I see them, I meet them all the time. I see these people out and about, and that's where luxury goes. So we need to make them pay their fair share. But we just need different product. We have a lot of very vintage mom and pop stuff, and it doesn't need to be big chains. It just needs to be new product that's fresh, it's different, and that brings its own marketing budget with us. It can't just be TID trying to get everybody into Lake County. You can actually have a property, a beautiful resort, a beautiful spa, that really pulls in. Mandala Springs is doing a really good job bringing new people into the county on wellness and all the stuff that they're doing. So that's great. Harbin's huge. Harbin, big. One of the most trafficked parts of our website is Harbin Hot Springs listing. So we write about Harbin Hot Springs. We get a lot of traffic on that. So we just need new, different product, and I think we're right at that stage where we're getting that. Ben shared a glamping space that got applied for out of Lakeport. We just need to continue to encourage people to come in with different ideas and different ways to bring people here, and that's how I think we're going to grow.
All right. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Supervisor Owen.
I went out and toured the Harbin. They're putting in a new hotel.
Yep.
Right now, and a new restaurant, and so that's pretty exciting. I think it's 52 rooms or something along those lines, or maybe it's 26 rooms. Hotel,
Yep.
and then a new restaurant that's being set up right now. It's a prefab hotel, which is pretty cool. We got to see some of that being set in place, so that's pretty exciting.
That is really good, and the county has a separate, and I don't know when I go there at this meeting, agreement for Harbin to pay its TOT and TID, and I'm not exactly certain where that is at this stage because the contract had ended, but I'm assuming they are. I don't get a list of who pays what, so I don't ever know, but I kind of try to figure it out. Yeah, new product, and it's coming, and I think that's, again, kind of a residual to just the work that we're doing to, if you're going to come to Lake County, you're going to Google the heck out of Lake County. You want to find out what people look like, what we say about ourselves. It's hugely important. So we kind of feel like we do a little bit of that too.
All right. Margot?
Still morning. Good morning, board. I have a few comments and a few questions. As Supervisor Sabatier said, converting clicks into cash, that's a challenge. So maybe going old school, back to the check-in desk, a short survey, incent the visitor, hey, fill out this brief card on questions on what prompted your visit here? And then the incentive, maybe a $50 gift certificate or something or other. Raffle. I don't know. But something along those lines. The other thing that I would mention is I think we're leaving money on the nightstand when we don't talk about ecotourism or try to attract those visitors, because we have gorgeous night skies. And if you're going to stay for the night skies, you have to check in a hotel somewhere, or you have to stay overnight to really take advantage of that, or camping. Another idea would be arts offerings, because that could be a multi-day stay too. Of course, if you think really big, there's the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, but we're not ready for that. But, short, brief things, maybe start out with something once a year and maybe work up to something that goes twice a year. I don't know, film festival, live arts, I don't know. Something along those lines. And I believe that's that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we're big supporters of events. We're not an event management company, so we're not going to try to manage them, but I just met the new director of the Lake County Fairgrounds, and he looked like he was full of ideas, and I'll work with him all day long to amplify whatever he wants to do over there to bring people in. So bring it. We love that. And we definitely do talk about birding and our night skies. I mean, one of our key pillars is, our attraction here is not, Mickey Mouse. It's a mountain, it's a lake, it's the nature, it's the sky, it's the beauty. So that's what we lean on that all the time, and we will continue to do that. So, but if somebody wants to build a zip line, just kidding.
From the top of Canocti.
There you go. From one peak to the next. Managed by Supervisor.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Go ahead, Supervisor Spot.
I would be remiss if I forgot to say what really needs to be said, which is we are the #1 bass fishing lake in the entire United States, not just west of the Mississippi.
Yep.
That is something that I hope to see fully advertised in this year's advertising scheme. And love the dark skies idea as well, because you're right, you need to stay the night if you're going to stay here for the dark skies. We got our meteor shower happening this week. It's absolutely gorgeous if you can get away from the lights and really find that dark sky, which we have a lot of. So I know that you always put out the natural beauty that we have, but love the idea, and please keep going. And number one bass fishing lake is something to be proud of and something we should paste everywhere.
We're with you. Thanks, everybody.
It looks like we have someone behind you. Yeah.
Yeah, Elaine Brown, that was a lovely, refreshing presentation. And so I don't know your capacity or like what you're able to do financially or what the board's able to do, but we are sitting on the goods with Canocti Harbor Bay, and it is luxury, and it needs help. So I don't know if through the process of the county, if they can help. Like, that would be a great conference center for Christian churches, and we're talking massive amounts of people. If we could help them with their infrastructure a little bit, just tweak it. I mean, they have old school miniature golf that you cannot buy those ornaments anymore, but they need help with getting those underway, and they have a spa there. It is luxury. If they can be helped with their current buses to get them going, and then maybe make 2 or 3 more videos with different music that would pertain to maybe specifics like church groups or businesses or people who want to come and look at our beautiful landscape here, and just market it that way, but really bring in conventions. And they have the capacity. I don't know how many on-board rooms they have, but they just need some lipstick. And I mean, talk about luxury. I've been there several times, and beauty bar none. And so if you get tour buses up here, and man, we have all the casinos. We have what Tahoe has in miniature. We could do this. So thank you.
I love the video.
Yeah. Well, we like I said, we've got lots of video. We don't typically, we've not targeted religious organizations. In the past, we can look at it. We really look at, we look at credit card data, where people come from and where they stay. We look more psychographic, and so that's not been an area that we've looked into, but we can certainly check it out. I have made multiple overtures to the folks over at Canocti Harbor to no avail, and so I'll just wait and then try again, because it's really seems to be the way the game's going to have to get played.
All right, with that, close public comment, and we'll finish this item. Thank you again.
Thank you,
for
everybody.
Your presentation.
Thank you.
And for the work. All right. Okay. We will move on to our 6.5. Sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, consideration of the continued discussion of the draft replacement fee schedule, Rules 660 through 668, Lake County Air Quality Management District. We have Mr. Doug Earhart.
We weren't sure if it was still going to be morning, so good morning. So this is a continuation of our previous meeting from last month, where we are providing you with some additional information, and hopefully you have had a chance to look at that, and we can kind of really quickly go over what we provided, if I can get everything ready here. So there we go. So what we've put together for you this week is the cost well, I'll start with the how we determined the fees schedule. So that's the evaluation with staff hours. So this is time for permitting that's required. These hours are based on the minimum staff time, assuming we have actual complete applications, complete data submittals, and full details. So the staff hours, basically that's at staff cost with overhead. So our revenue sources are very limited. So we are fully funded. So we just took the cost of the district by the, and develop that overhead and staffing cost. So, I mean, I there's so many, I don't want to go through every single one of them for you, but basically it is developed through using those staff hours. We looked at every single source type, every sort of category that we could come up with. Every category that we have listed is a source that exists or has the likely potential to exist in the district in the coming years. We tried to come up with a, so this would be for any source, any facility that even wants to come to the county. They have an idea of what their fees would be if they want to develop. And we tried to work out all of the immediate costs, that would be required for doing all those reviews and inspections, reporting. We have emissions reporting, hazards reporting, risk reporting that go with that. So that's the fee study itself. Now we did try, with the fees, we have the authority to construct and the permit to operate fees, which is the permitting and a basic inspection, and then we have emission fees. The emission fees are where we have the people who do a good job, who put in better, cleaner equipment. Their emission fees are much lower than the ones that are running old, dirtier equipment, because you have to remember permits and air, the way to air district, we permit people to pollute the air. So the more pollution, the higher your fees, because we have to do more monitoring, reporting, and you're impacting a lot more people in the community. So that's that. And then the second attachment that we provided is the comparison of current fees to the proposed fees. And then we also have our proposal for a phase-in of the fees. So this is actually fairly difficult. So we had to go through and make assumptions, because each one of these permits that we have, we will have to go through each and every single one of them and reevaluate them based on the new fee structure once a new fee structure is adopted. But we went through and we made assumptions and fit them into the most appropriate category. But is it guaranteed that it's going to be perfect? No, there's some assumptions that were made in that evaluation process, because it's going to take us 2 to 3 months to go through and do every single source. But as you can see, category 2, current category 2 sources are wide-ranging in types and what they are and what their emissions are, what kind of equipment, and where they would fall into in the new fee category. So we have things as simple as a basic generator paying the same fee as a gravel extraction facility, and that right now, gravel extraction facility is a lot more time, a lot more staff knowledge and experience to go out, do inspections, also do permitting on these things. So there's a lot more equipment involved. A generator is fairly straightforward. That's why generators are, they're a little bit cheaper, a lot cheaper than a facility, a gravel extraction facility, as the example. So with that, we are proposing to do a 3-year phase-in of the fees. So this would be for all existing sources that are currently paying, that all existing permitted sources, we were looking at doing a 3-year phase-in. It's saying 35% the first year, 35% of the different, an additional 35% of the difference from their current fee to the existing new fee. And then that would go to 70%, and then the remainder would be on the 3rd year. So, so with that, that's the summary, and then this is a workshop, so we're looking for comment, direction, questions in order to figure out how to proceed and to go forward. So,
is there any way to do a longer phase-in than 3 years, or is there something hindering that?
Yes, there is possibility of doing a longer phase-in. The issue then becomes the benefit versus cost. Mm-hmm. So when the longer we do phase-in, we're doing corrections for all of these things every year. So we're having to, there's a lot more paperwork side on our side. Mm-hmm. And to be honest, the district doesn't receive a benefit from that funding, so we're looking at delaying hiring of more staff for multiple years. So we're trying to get to a point where we can actually get to the staffing levels that are needed for all the programs that have, are delayed, but also all the new programs that the state has passed in the last 5 years that we have to do that we're not doing at the moment because we haven't had staffing. We've been short-staffed for so long. So we have a lot of things that are coming and being phased in. So yeah. So yes, it's possible. We just have to figure out what that offset is and the long-term issues that go with it.
All right. Any other? Oh, I didn't see it. Supervisor Sabatier.
I just brought it up. Thank you. Thank you for attempting, I will use that word, to give us a side-by-side. I think it's as clear as mud because some things were 0 and now they have a number next to it. It's hard for me to, and especially with the fee study summary, I can't find some of the stuff from the fee study where you got your hours to the actual new fee comparison table. And so it's really difficult for me to follow. I know you're going from what you have summarized as a very vague fee schedule to a very specific, that way it's there's not questions as to where did you get this. Right. I know you're trying to simplify it, but I think I'm more confused. But I'm also, I don't want to use the word concern, but these increases are slightly wild in the sense of we're looking at like 1,000% increase on some of these, from $300 to $3,000. And it's not just a 100% increase, it's a very large increase. Now, I believe 1996, I don't have the information right in front of me, but was the last time you did those fee increases. That's on us to make sure we don't do that and wait so long. But at the same time, I'm thinking economic development, this impacts agriculture, this impacts economic development, any kind of development in order to have authority to construct. Is the authority to operate the emissions fee portion and the authority to construct is the permit? I couldn't quite tell within the fee comparison because I know it's in the fee study summary, but I didn't see, is it missing from the fee comparison?
No, the fee comparison includes, so you have an authority to construct is where the facility is evaluated and put into place. And then the permit to operate is once it's in place, they prove compliance, and then they have their long-term operating permit. So that's a permit to operate.
Which is annual.
What's that?
Which is an annual
Yeah,
permit.
both of them are an annual permit because sometimes it takes multiple years to construct. So, but in the comparison table, because we're looking at the total fee that the facility would pay, that for the existing facilities, we included their emission fee with that and said, okay, total fee increase difference from their existing to the new fee, including their permit fee and the emissions fee, and then 35% of that. So it's the two fees plus 30, the difference of the existing to the current with the ACPO fee and the emission fee, and then 35% of that calculated in as well.
Right.
For the phase in, yeah.
All right, for the
So
for the first
it's
year.
a multiple, multiple steps.
That I appreciate the clarification, but still, in my mind, kind of clear as mud as I'm trying to figure and understand it. I appreciate that you put in the fee study, and I know you had shared that with me in the first iteration when we brought this, or you brought this to the board. I do have some concerns on the emission fees. You said it takes longer because you have to inspect more often for those that are dirtier type of engines. If there were a number of hours that it takes you to do those reports, it would help me to at least identify the reason for the cost. Because right now, I'm making my own conclusions that we're making people pay more for dirtier stuff in order to push them towards a certain technology, where my opinion is they should be based on the number of hours it takes to do the reporting and to do the inspections, not if it's a legitimate, allowable thing. We shouldn't make somebody pay more just because we don't want you to actually use it. Either we allow them to use it or we don't. So at least that's where I get a little, because I don't see staff hours on the emission fees that comes with the report that you provided.
Right. Yeah, we built this table we had it built, as you know, prior to the last meeting, and it was built for calculation for purposes for the long-term use. So the hours, it's all based on percentages of those hours for the AC. So that initial AC hours goes into the calculation for the AC. The PO is a percentage of that, depending on what kind of source it is and how much inspections versus other things that go into that. The emission fees are also built on a percentage of those things as well. So we didn't put a specific hour on it because we're trying to do it so that we could change an hour here and it would fix everything in the table. So yes, we can put an hour to it so that you have that, but we have to completely rebuild the table, which would take a lot longer than getting back to you with this information than we did.
And
so
I may just make it muddier by asking you to even do that in the first place.
So yeah, but the point of this, the additional part is we separated, the emission fee was part of the authority to construct and the permit to operate. What we've done is to try and make that more transparent in where our funding is coming from and where it's going to. We pulled that out as a separate, separated that fee out so that the emissions part, the paying to pollute, the air monitoring, all the things that go with that and the requirements for the things that we have to do that are because you are polluting are in that emissions fee. The authority to construct and the permit to operate is the specific things that are required for that source. Yep. So.
And I appreciate the
So it could be all as one. We just was trying to make it more
Yeah,
clear to the,
yeah.
for the long term.
And I appreciate the explanation, and that one was because of our prior conversations, you had it all together before, and you're trying to split it up to at least get a better understanding of what it is that you're paying and why. So I kind of like what Chair Crandall had just mentioned about longer terms, and I don't want it to be an eternity because I think that would be ridiculous. You did mention at one point that you are concerned about your reserves. I know I mentioned it purposefully, and I apologize if it was purposeful, but during budget that you've had the same reserves for the last 3 years. So the current amount has not impacted that, but then you've also had salary savings to help you with that, and we obviously want you to have a full staff so you can do the work that you have to carry more efficiently. So I'm not going to say no to an increase. I'd like to have a discussion with the board about what that might look like, but I will say that there's one and I don't want to agree to that term. I want to agree to the first year, and then I'd like to review it for the next year. And I think we have to go through and approve any changes year by year. So year number 2, County Council, please correct me. But if there's an increase to the fees on year number 2, we still have to come back to the board and approve those fees. We can't approve them for the next 4 years right here, right now. We've never done that before. Even if it's a CPI increase on an annual basis, we still come back to the board, make it public, and let them know that we're increasing it. Am I incorrect or am I correct?
If your board has discretion to make that as part of your direction, I know that part of, when you reference the CPI increases, at times, there have been times where that wasn't made as part of a study, but that is separate, like a fee study, but that is in some ways different from the structure that we're working within here under the health and safety code. But that could be part of your board's direction as far as coming back for subsequent approvals for any and all increase in fees, proposed increase after the first year, so on.
I guess what I would like to offer is a 4-year increase with, let's review how has that impacted economic development and what permits are being requested, so on and so forth at the end of the year before saying yes to number 2, just because there has to be a balancing act, and if we're seeing a adverse effect, then we want economic development. We don't want to increase our price. And I struggle with other fees, not just these fees. I mean, housing fees, I struggle with at all times as well. And so I don't want to say no. I want a concept of, yes, we can look at a 4-year, for example, but a review of year 1, how has that impacted economic development, and is it having any adverse impacts? There is one that I do have a problem with, and it's not a problem, that's not the right term. It's the burn permit. I don't want people to just burn because they don't want to deal with the burn permit. I don't want to increase it to the point that some people can't afford to pay. It's not out of control, but we want people to create defensible space. We want a reduction of fuel load, and I'm concerned about the increase that it might have that adverse effect. So those are the two things that I would like to offer, is maybe a 4-year term with a review after year 1 to make sure that there's no adverse impacts. And then a conversation about the burn permit, just because I want to make sure that, and maybe we do the same thing and make it part of a 4-year increase and look at year 1, see if there's been any impacts in the numbers, because we want people to do their part. And we want to make it as simple as possible, because we benefit so much more than if we don't have the defensible space that's out there. So I appreciate you bringing us what we asked you for. I need to keep looking and keep looking. You've looked at it so much, you know exactly what you're looking at, but it's difficult for me to swallow everything that I see right here in front. I want to help you out. I think there has to be an increase since 1996, but I've shared my concerns.
Supervisor Owen, or?
She was first.
Okay. Let me get to the right page. Okay. The cannabis manufacturing air emissions control equipment. How often is that used?
Very little. We haven't, I think we've had one application, and yeah, and they have shut down, so.
Okay.
If it's our emission control equipment, we regulate it, and so it's there for that, but yeah, we haven't really seen that at all yet for application-wise.
Okay, and so is this for like an indoor grow? Is
No,
what this is? Or is this to test what I'm looking for is odor control or odor issues when neighbors are complaining about the cannabis? I wondered how this is implemented.
This is only for manufacturing. We do not regulate, because by a decision of this board, we don't regulate the cultivation side. So this would only be for manufacturing facilities.
Okay, so this doesn't apply to grows. So, but is there a way to test that? The odor on outside grows?
There probably is. That would go back to the discussion we had a few years back, and that was part of the research that we would have been doing, but we don't have that data at the moment, so that would be something to look into in the future.
Okay. I didn't know if it was even available. So, because a few years ago, of course, I wasn't here. Kit and cat up. I actually do have some concerns as well about the increases. I think I'm worried because we are trying to look at some growth and some kind of making it easier and streamlining for people to be able to do business here in Lake County. And some of the increases, for instance, in the power plant mods, that jumps from $670.78 all the way up to $23,000. I mean, there's some major increases throughout. And
If I could explain that one real
Sure,
quick. That's
sure.
a unique case where historically there have been a few, these were some minor changes that they did. We didn't have a way to fit them in. So they were done as a minor modification, and then they modified the power plant permit later to incorporate them into the power plant. So that would be the 23,000 would be the power plant modification, and they were just issued as a different way in the past. So going forward, minor things that would be separate from the power plant would be done as a separate permit, but things that would be modifying the power plant would be a modification of the power plant.
how many power
so
plants do we have that we need in our county currently?
There are 3 currently running, and
There
then
are.
4 permitted, and then 1 that's
Closed.
working its way through a CEC process. So
Okay.
it's
Right.
sort of county.
And that wasn't the only major increase. We've got the aggregate extraction and processing went from 670 up to 8,000. So I am also concerned about the economic impacts for the increases. So,
Well, that, yeah, again, that one goes to the, they're paying the same as a standard generator, and aggregate extraction processing is a much bigger, much more complicated facility with a lot more emissions, a lot more equipment. The time required for inspections, the time required for reporting that goes into that is much more significant. So that's why the change is so much more significant for that. But because of the way the permitting system was set up before, it was.
I see. Thank you.
So it was an unfair system for the people with smaller equipment, and people with larger facilities ended up paying a lot, or getting a lot more for their money.
Perfect, thank you.
Anything else? Vice Chair?
Yeah, so just make sure I'm understanding this right. Like, for example, on say a category 1, where it's at 0 for an authority to construct goes to, in one example, 2,500, and then permit to operate where it's 0 goes to 1,000. So that would be 2 fees towards, let's say I wanted to authority to construct and then operate a facility like the metal foundry that's listed here. I'd be looking at basically from 0 to 3,500.
No, because you go to the authority to construct to bring it back online. And so right now that facility is shut down. You would go to the authority to construct to bring it online. Once it's online and operating, he proves compliance with his permit, and then he can apply for the permit to operate for the, so then it's one or the other. You have an AC or you have a PO, you don't pay both.
So you wouldn't have to pay both.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you go from one to the other, so.
Okay. And I know that we have to look at fee increases. I don't think we should have waited 20 years almost.
30.
What's that?
Almost 30.
Is it almost 30?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, 96, yeah, I was thinking. Sorry about that. So in my mind, I was wondering more of either a 4 or even a 5-year phase in where this initial year's increase was closer to 20% rather than 35%. So I just wanted to throw that out. I mean, I know we have to raise fees, but at the same time, this is pretty significant across the board. So I'd be interested in looking at a longer phase in rather than the 3 years.
Yeah, I like that.
And I was actually thinking the same thing. I know that in another area that we dealt with here, from like, I think it was 2011, there wasn't an increase, which is not as long, of course. But it still was a vast amount to the group, and a phase would have been ideal. I think for me, knowing that it's been 30 years, the three phases that you promote, I think I understand you have limitations and whatnot. I just know that this is going to limit a lot of the agencies and businesses that are trying to, put forth anything. So for me, I'd like to see 6 phases, but I mean, I'm willing to compromise with everyone else. Supervisor Sabatier.
2 things. I was just looking up the CPI increase from 1996 to today, and it's 104%. So whenever we see anything close to 1,000%, or some of them are 4,000%, that's a huge jump. I do want to say something that will probably make me very unpopular in the room. We're talking about changing the phased to. I want to make sure that there's 2 things here. One of them is year 1 right now being offered in 3 phases is for continuing permits. Those who are brand new permits, based on what's being proposed, would pay the full 100%. Are we talking about a phased for all permits, new and continuing? Because I think we need to make that clarification before we move forward, because that would make a difference. I think that in my proposal, I was looking at all, and I know that has potential impacts, but I'm also looking at the adverse impacts, and yeah. And I'd love to, only making it worse for Mr. Gearhart, and I apologize, but even a 5-year at 20% per year, I'd be open to that suggestion.
And I would like to add, I like the idea of revisiting it after a year. I would be on board with the 5-year, even the 6-year, but the 5-year increase, but revisiting it and see what the economic impacts are for the county.
Anything else?
Yeah, that's, I mean, 5-year was kind of my thought today when I was thinking through it, and because that brings it closer to around 20%.
Exactly 20%.
And for
6 is a difficult division.
Hey.
So,
Go ahead, Doug.
if you don't mind.
Mhm.
Few comments just to kind of cover some of the issues. You know, with a 20% increase per year, part of the issue that we've run into, like we've been planning this for about 10 years, that we've been warning the county, warning agencies and things about fee increases for about 10 years, and we finally got into it. We started this process in 2020 of actually writing a rule. When we had the 20% pay increase, we did not adopt a fee increase at that point because we had salary savings. So, and then we had COVID, then we had fires, we had, you know, so we've been putting this off to prevent the economic impacts and the impacts to the community because we had the salary savings, because we didn't have staff. We couldn't keep staff here. So we're, in the last 5 to 10 years, we have gotten into we're much farther behind than we should be because we haven't been able to do those things, and because we've taken those hits in order to help the economics and help the county recover, so we're not hitting people with fees when they're trying to rebuild from fires and things like that. So just so you're aware, you know, that's some of that decision making that was made over the last 10 years as to why we haven't brought this back in the last, since the Valley Fire. Now of course, I have to say it, and I will apologize. It's not in any way meant to be negative. We're not an economic development agency. We are here to protect the community from air pollution. So the Air District Board, that is what our task and our mandate is to protect the community from air pollution. So economic development, that's your other seat. And so you have to balance those things. But, when we present something to you, we have to look at, there's economics and we have to make sure it's reasonable, but we're not an economic development agency. So we're not trying to balance what's the potential growth of the county versus impacts from smoke and the community health impacts related to equipment and emissions. So just so you're aware that that's where we're coming from, but we have to consider those things. So 5 years, I mean, I will say it does create challenges for us, and we probably won't be able to add more than one staff for the next couple of years, based on where we are, financially and budget-wise. I mean, we're using salary savings right now just to cover our current staffing. So the salary savings from previous years is covering deficits that we're running into going forward. So just so you're aware of where things are, in terms of that. So we will not be increasing staffing. We might be able to fit one more once we get the first year phased in, but we will not be phasing this in this year either. So there's not enough time at this point to get the fee increase in 2025. So this fee increase, at least for the existing permit renewals, will not happen until 2026, no matter what the board decides today, just because the timing of getting all the public comment, getting the state EPA comment, getting it back to the board for adoption, and getting our fees and databases, everything updated in order to process the new fee schedule. So that's where we're at right now. So just wanted to provide those as comments. And is there anything else we need? No? Okay. So.
All right. I'll open it up for public comment if anyone would like to come on up.
Still good morning. Tom Lasik. I'm doing the numbers in my head with the CPI and the sort of a schedule to make the department current with your numbers. It just is important that that finish line keeps moving every year. So whatever schedule you put in, whether it's 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, it needs to account for the fact that every year the CPI is also increasing. So if there's 5 years, if you think you're going to be made whole based on today's numbers, well, you're not, because it's already increased another 10%. So that's one point I just wanted to make, is to make sure that whatever schedule you decide to, if you do decide to put in a schedule, it's based on what you anticipate the target to be in year X, and the schedule that you want to go to get to that. If you use it based on today's numbers, you're going to have the same conversation again in 5 years. The other thing to note is that some of these rates would definitely impact the average citizen, like burn permits and things like that. But some of these are seem to be very unique to only a few industries, like granite construction or something like that. They're more well equipped. They're a multinational company. They can probably afford some of these permits, whereas the average person wouldn't. And maybe those could be on a faster schedule or be immediately applied. So I don't think it's a one size fits all. I think it needs to be taken a look at each category to see what the impact is to the constituents, what impact it is to the economic development, so on and so forth. Because a permit for granite, they're still going to be making the chip seal for Lars. Doesn't matter. But if you change it by 1,000% for somebody's burn permit, that's a whole different discussion. So I just want to bring that nuance into the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Can I just make a point of clarification? I appreciate the comment. I just want to clarify so we're not putting out information that's scary. There's not 1,000% increase on the burn permit. I believe it's a double, if I'm correct.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
All right. Any on Zoom? All right. Close public comment and bring it back to the board. I think we have submittal of proposed comment to bring the final rules. So you'll be bringing back final rules for consideration of adoption. I know that there was a couple of things discussed today that I don't know if Boyd, go ahead.
Yes, so Officer Gerhardt could maybe provide some clarification on this. On the recommended action, it speaks to final, accepting public comment and bringing final rules back to the board. But there was also some discussion or reference made to obtaining direction from the board in relation to this continued discussion / workshop to this replacement fee schedule. Is the latter more applicable as far as what staff is asking the board to do?
Yeah,
That would be the
I mean,
clarification.
being a workshop, this is getting direction from the board. If you've come up with if through all the discussion come up with something that seems reasonable to bring back as a final version and to notice the state and EPA, and we will start the notification process and start scheduling the final hearing for consideration of adoption at that point.
Right, so I think we have what we need, the 5 years or 4 years. Is that what you're looking at?
I would like to offer a 5-year with a 1-year review, because we want to make sure to look at your budgets, make sure to see what the impacts are. We don't want to hurt you, and we also don't want to create a adverse effect in the community. And I think at the 1 year, if we need to do a large pivot because we made the bad decision, in the sense that you're not able to provide the services that you're here for, and that it's creating a negative situation, that at that point we're able to pivot. But that's the way that I would like to move forward. And I would include the burn ban in that if we're only doing a singular step, that I'm okay with that increase.
Yeah, I'm good with that. So we're not locking ourselves in for 5 years.
For 5 years, it's just a review each year.
Yeah, the first year.
And I mean, it was mentioned about CPI increase. Yes, that always continuously increases, and that can be looked into as far as adding that into as we do an annual review of it as well. Because everything, unfortunately, keeps just getting more expensive.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just for clarification. First, since we just mentioned CPI, I'll mention the CPI in the rule, our current rule, and in the proposed rule is an automatic increase. So that happens every year, July 1 of every year, and has happened since 1996. Just so you're aware that is an automatic part of the rule. Now, the way, you have to remember, this is a rule that's adopted by the district, it's approved by CARB, and it becomes part of our state implementation plan with EPA. It's codified in federal regulation. So we adopt a rule that has the fee, we set the fee amount. I'll have to work with Lloyd to figure out how we can write a implementation section that allows flexibility for that, if you want to make an annual review and change without having to go back and redo the whole rule adoption process, because that's a multi-year process, and that's just not, it's going to take significant amount of time and staff work. So normally the process is you adopt a rule, the rule is with an implementation schedule that is all built into the rule, and that's how it becomes final. So I'm not sure how you want to proceed with that. If we want to try and work in some implementation flexibility separate outside of the rule structure itself, and we can work with Lloyd on that, I guess, to try and figure that out. And then there was one more thing. Oh yeah, the phase in for all. With news sources, this is the problem that we have. We don't have a category for them to fit into for a new source coming in, say next year. What are we? Because we're doing a 35% from the increase, a percentage increase from where they should be at to where they are, where the new fee is adopted at. Where do we fit them in? How can we calculate them in if we don't have an existing category to put them into? We're not tracking that CPI and all the things that go adjusted into an old fee rule that's no longer valid going forward. So we would have to be looking at that. If we put them into the zero fee category, then they would be paying less than facilities that are currently permitted, because many of them, these are all going to be private entities, not public agencies. So then they would be paying, a third of what they should be paying for a permit fee, even under the old fee schedule. So we talked about this extensively, trying to figure out how we could come up with something, and we don't have a clear solution for you. So I'm trying to come up with, what would you like us to do? How would you like us to implement that with new sources? Because it is very complex, trying to come up with a way to deal with it.
So you're saying new projects or new initiatives, because of the old tax or the old fee status, they would be paying an old amount or one that doesn't even exist. So you're trying to figure out how you would charge.
The phase in is based on the difference between the current fee schedule as it is today and
Which
the
sometimes
newly
could be
adopted
zero.
fee schedule. Yeah. So because we're not going to be we're going to set that fees, that phase in is going to be set from today's fees, and that will be how it's set. How do we fit a new source in that, say, it doesn't fit into an exact category that we currently have permitted? We can't match it to anyone. We can't, there is nowhere to fit it, and no way to calculate what that fee should be.
Well, and you're saying because of what is written in like the CARB, or is that what you're saying, or just in general?
No, because we don't have a current, under our current fee schedule, we don't have them there, and we don't have a.
Could you give an example? What page? Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, first, giving an example is hard because we don't know what sources are. What I'm saying is, if we have a source that's coming, we don't know what it is, and it's not the same identical one as we currently have permitted. So say we have some new technology. We don't know, It doesn't fit into any of the old categories because we never permitted that under the old categories. So we can't do a calculation to figure out what that 35% or 25% difference is from an old category to the new fee category. Where do we fit it in? How do we fit that in?
What would
to
you
our fee
do
schedule?
if you got the full, without any, well, with your three phase in, how would you calculate it then?
We wouldn't. That's why we have the phase in as being the renewals of existing, and the new would be new. And that's why health and safety code is written that way as well. For if we only came back and wanted to adjust the old fee table and just raise all the fees by 50%, any of the existing sources would pay 15%, and all new sources would pay 100%. That's the way health and safety code is written, because they're trying to come up with a method to make it even and fair is challenging in health and safety code. So that's the way the state adopted the law, just to say new sources pay 100%, existing sources get a phase in, because we don't want to cause them an economic impact that's too significant.
Theo, I see you turned on your.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Maybe the answer to your question is, with your permission, Board.
Yes.
Is the fact that you go out and connect with other districts and see how they're addressing this.
Well, all of the districts, new sources pay the new fee. I have already gone through every single fee rule.
Okay, well that's...
So, because new sources, they are a new facility, and the whole goal of a fee is cost recovery. This is the cost recovery.
All of them are doing this?
All of them are doing it, yeah.
So, I apologize because I failed to have the time because I was traveling to do a deep dive. So I've been trying to do a quick deep dive. You have a current number of facilities, which I'm taking to mean these are the current permits that you currently are following up on and dealing with. You have current fees, and then you have proposed fees. So this may not be the appropriate mathematics to use, but what I did was take the current fee and the proposed fee, do the difference, and what's 20% of that, add that to the current fee, which would be year one.
Right.
And I've gone down the list, I'm only on page 4 out of 7, and at 20%, if all of these numbers were correct, and again, maybe I'm doing the wrong math, there would be an increase of $650,000 and $650,171.56. So by looking at that, unless I'm completely wrong in how I'm doing my mathematics here, because all I'm doing is 20% based on the number of facilities that you will be doing inspections on and following up on, not brand new ones. That would be at full price. I'm not understanding how that amount of money doesn't help you in your situation that you're in. I'm confused as to, I almost want to say I want to pause with this new level of information to better understand, am I completely wrong in how I'm looking at this? Is this close to correct? Because again, you haven't touched your reserves in the past 3 years. You've been processing probably close to this number of facilities in the past 3 years. I want you to run more efficiently than in the past year and a half, maybe, since you lost a good portion of your staff, unfortunately. And I'm trying to figure out where the 650 comes into play to say that now covers way more than at least 2 more salaries. I guess unless you're paying for things that I'm unaware of that you're paying for, that costs with the inspections, I'm 4 out of 7. So my concerns are slightly exacerbated after doing this mathematics of if we did it at 100% or at 35%. I feel we need a bigger discussion. I need to better understand. I'm struggling at this moment to comprehend what's being requested of those who are required to use your services, because we need to not only keep our air clean, but also it's a state mandate to do so. But where all this, I'm not getting clearer. I'm getting more confused and more concerned about what I'm looking at.
Yeah. I believe the 600,000 is a bit of an overcalculation based on what we have. So I would have to go back and
That's only
do
at
all
the
that
20, that's
calculation.
only at the 20%. If I did it at the 100%, obviously that would be.
Yeah. At 35%, we were looking at around a 300,000 increase, 400,000 increase. So based on the current permitted sources and what goes away versus, because there are facilities where the permits will go away, become part of other facilities, bigger change in permits. So
Were these fee increases a part, I don't believe they were, a part of your budget that was proposed to us as far as your potential revenues and your potential appropriations?
we did include a 15% assumption in our revenue, I believe. So, yeah.
Which is not equal to 20% of the increase, it's 15% of the entirety of it.
Right.
So when you're looking at a potential 400% increase on some of these, not all of these, that is a much different increase than a 15% increase that you provided within your revenues. I feel there's a need for a deeper conversation. I'm misunderstanding, and that's why I'm not sure how to move forward. I don't want to mess you up, and I don't want to do the opposite. And I think that I usually do well with numbers, but right now I'm not understanding where it should be and what is right and what is wrong. And I feel I'm not going to make a good decision with what I have in front of me. I need to sit down with you guys and have a better deep dive. And I apologize. I was traveling. That's on me. I tried to be prepared with, to be honest, I wasn't even sure what to ask for. I didn't come with a solution today. But that's, I'm leaving more concerned than where I started.
I hear you. My suggestion's oversimplified. I know that you have a lot of moving parts when it comes to this, a lot of different calculations that you had mentioned. So I get it. I know my recommendation. I'm like, okay, well, if it's 30 years, then calculated it every 5 years, and I know that you can't do that though because you have specific guidelines. So I feel like I've oversimplified it myself. So I don't mind having a deeper dive as well. I'm also thinking of what you're saying when it comes to the full, what was it, the new initiatives or
New sources, yeah.
how it would be 100%. And I know that other districts are doing it at the 100%. And like my mind's like thinking, well, if we're going to do 5 years, then just do 20% of what that charge would be. But again, I'm oversimplifying it, I feel like. So,
right.
Yeah, I think a deeper dive would help. I don't know how that hurts you, though.
Well, first, one thing first, and that is in the rule, and this is in Health and Safety Code, there is a mechanism for us to not increase fees. So if we have we set the policy, we'll come back with a reserve policy and everything eventually once we do fees. And if we hit a point where funding is adequate for the district, we don't have to continue with the fee increase. We can't adopt a higher fee, but we can not bill a fee that is authorized. So we can take a percentage off as we go forward. So that's already built into the Health and Safety Code, that's built into our rules, and it's been that way for 30 years. So, and then sorry, I lost track of the second.
No, it's okay. It'll come to us. One of the other things I was thinking is when should have another increase taken place after 96? Like in what 2003, more than likely. Yeah, I'm just thinking of these things too. Like, how far the county's behind on our end, for not.
Our goal would be to probably review this every 10 years because it is a long process for us to go through to do these types of updates. So we would like to build it so that we have that availability. And if we need to come back sooner, great, that's fine. But we would like to not have to come back sooner.
Hence why you said
Everyone has a stable
the three
fee.
phases, because it's every 10 years. Now that kind of makes sense to me when you say 3 phases rather than 5 or whatever else. But every 10 years is what you're saying you should be dealing with these.
Yeah, we should be looking at them
Okay.
in more detail. And then I had your question here, your statement again, so, because you.
The 100% was.
Oh,
yeah.
the implementation question of timeframe.
Mhm.
So, we're at the point, if we can't move forward on the fee schedule, probably in the next few weeks, to have something that we can start doing notifications on, then we need to move forward on the burn rules and come back at some future date for the fee rule, because we're running out of time on getting the burn rule updates in place before the burn season starts. And so that's where we are legitimately, because we have to do, we have to do 30-day notice to EPA, CARB before we can have this hearing, which puts us generally about 45 days, and then, getting on the board agenda, a week or two, so we're looking at September probably for an adoption hearing, and burn season would start November 1st. And we have to have all the permits, all the program and everything ready. So we want to, so we want to be able to get those things done timely and have them ready. So if we don't, so we're kind of looking at that would be if we put this off too long, then we're going to just have to put it off till next year, 2026, and then
we're
revisit it at that point.
Actually, at 30 years. So what are you recommending for time frame? Do you?
I don't want to make it last too long. You need an increase. It's been since 1996. I don't want to not see an increase. That is a horrible position or decision to make. I like to pride myself in knowing how to explain what I voted on, and I can't explain it. I would hope that we can bring it back within the next 2 weeks, if possible. I don't know what our agendas look like. I'm getting a whole big no coming. Yeah, I would like to stay within the time frame to make sure that we can get something accomplished and not nothing accomplished. I do not want you to go through another year without some kind of increase, because obviously since 1996 a lot has changed, and you need to see something different for your budget.
Not too much.
Yeah, I mean, we could, if we can get onto next week's agenda, we can have probably tomorrow even have to the board the 5-year implementation schedule and the calculation of projected estimated revenue. So
Next week, I would say.
Next week seems pretty full.
Do you need a time certain, Doug?
at this point, no. So I'm certain it's just helpful for us to get here.
Johanna?
It's not possible on the 29th? Is that an all-day?
Special meeting, yeah.
And I know it's a special meeting, but I didn't think it was going to be
Yeah.
all day.
Real workshops need to be in a general public meeting, so. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, it's a special meeting, not a regular.
Yeah. Right. Yeah,
Johanna's
I mean, if that is the one question
Okay.
that we're considering, hopefully it shouldn't take too long to get direction.
She said it's looking better, so.
Is that a computer problem? Or?
Shall we determine now? Oh, okay.
How about no time certain?
To be determined, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, yeah, if you can fit us in as early as possible, yeah,
That's- We're looking
I
at
know.
that date, and we
But
will,
that just helps because of staffing issues, so.
okay, we'll go from there, yeah?
And is that, are those two things the only things that we need?
I'm going to be discussing with Mr. Carter the budget and how this will impact the budget and what revenue streams you'll be looking at, because I want to better understand how they interact, because this is a static image of numbers that needs to make sense to me from the budget perspective. So I'll be looking into that, but I am still concerned about giving you the 100%, because if you don't mind my asking one more question.
Go ahead.
What do you do right now when you have a new source?
We process it when we can get to it with our limited staff.
But cost-wise?
So, cost-wise, they pay what the current fee schedule.
Whatever category they're in.
Yeah.
But if it's a new source and there's no category, that's what you were talking about.
That's where we have to do the we do a preliminary evaluation based on the current fee schedule to figure out where they fit into that category, into that fee schedule, then we tell them what their fee is. But when that goes away, we're not updating that. So that's the question on the new sources, because we're no longer updating that old rule, because that is no longer a legal rule for us to enforce. So.
Complicated.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll look at this.
That's why it's hard to write the staff report.
That is to be determined for next week, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much for this presentation. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch break.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is it possible to take up the health? He's been sitting in there, but he's still there. It should be fast.
CAO?
Permission to speak, Chair.
Yes.
You have a hard stop at 4:15, and you have a 1 o'clock cannabis discussion. I think if you want to have some lunch, you might want to take it now.
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. I'll take it so we can go at 12:30 if you think it'll go quick. All right. 7.7, consideration of Amendment 1 to Professional Services Contract with Anju Goel, MD, MPH, for an increase in the maximum compensation amount of $100,000. Health Services Director Anthony Harton.
Thank you so much for squeezing me. This should go quick.
Good afternoon, your board. Here to present the contract, extension of funding of an additional $50,000 to $100,000 for Dr. Goyle. That way we can continue to provide services for our health officer, for our health department, until we get to Dr. Bob, who's starting September 2nd. Pretty straightforward.
Bernstein.
We've also done an RFP to award backup contracts, and we are in process of that, so you'll be seeing those come forward in the next week or so.
Okay.
And Dr. Goyle has done a very, very nice job for us since filling in, since April.
All right. All right. Public comment? Any public comment? All right, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
It's still cheaper than what we were paying last year, so I'm okay with it. Move to approve Amendment 1 to Professional Services Contract with Anju Goel, MD, MPH, for an increase in the maximum compensation amount to $100,000.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0-0. We will see everybody at 1:30.
Thank you.
1:30. 1:30.